it's driven by more and more partnership with the like-minded organization. And since we have started very early, and with this experience, many more partners are joining hands to implement similar program in different parts of country. So I will end and pause here, and we can start the. I will bring in more aspect of partnership and in the subsequent discussion.
Kind of, get a breadth of the work that all of you do.
Ma'am.
Sorry, is this better?
Yeah. Yes, it's better.
So, if, the breadth of work, I think, is quite remarkable, and also because it's been a long journey for all of you. I thought we just very quickly deep dive. If each of you could share, what has been, what do you see is really the more remarkable, unique aspect of the way you've driven stewardship within the organization and beyond, right? Naveed, you mentioned, changing mindsets internally. There's been a lot of emphasis on how do you work with communities, how do you work with government, local stakeholders. But if you were to look at, it's almost like saying that, is there a unique way in which you, as in your foundations or companies, have approached the issue of water security? With an example, if it could just share, what do you see has been a consistent, consistently effective set of interventions which you see are actually delivering results? And we could start with actually anyone.
So may I?
Yeah, sure.
Since you mentioned. So yeah, I think there is a method to this madness. So we all understand that. And like in every approach or a product development, there are standards that are followed. So to Diageo, we are part of the global kind of standard, which is Alliance for Water Stewardship. And I'm very proud to say that in England, Diageo's 12 sites have been certified under Alliance for Water Stewardship standard. That's the only distilleries in the world which are actually certified as AWS certified sites. And I am actually, as I said, India is the best in class after the UK. So we at Alvar have actually also kind of working on the journey of being the first distillery in India to be Alliance for Water Stewardship certified. Now, just to bring AWS to the perspective that it is actually a catchment-based standard. It's not just what you do inside your factory, or it's also not what you do on a couple of watersheds around you. It's basically understanding the catchment, and like the other speakers have also mentioned that it's a shared resource and it's a shared risk also at the same time. So do we actually are able to communicate and bring everybody onto the same table by not calling it out only a shared resource, but also calling it out as a shared risk, and then also chalking out a journey together that can we ensure that we mitigate that risk and enjoy that shared resource over a period of time and pass it to our next generation and to the biodiversity, which we sometimes don't realize that there is an impact on the biodiversity on the watershed programs which we do. So, and like Kiran was mentioning, applause from the flypast helicopters. So I think it's because we don't realize that what has changed over a period of time. And I have a personal story where I have seen sparrows coming back during the nesting season to the villages where we actually created water bodies those months. So I think all of that is important. And again, to come back to your question is, yes, mindset and ambition is important, but to have a benchmark, to measure it in a methodological manner, and also set a higher benchmark. And for Diageo, out of the 45 manufacturing sites which are in the water stress globally, 10 sits with me in India. So for me, it's a much higher benchmark to achieve. And what we are doing is what we are going to achieve in Alvar through AWS, through collective action. We will extend that to the rest of the 10 sites in the country. And this entire structured way of approaching the water risk and the water opportunity is something which is really driven by our exec, our MD Hina in India. And very interestingly, Hina, along with our global CEO, they have actually taken that as one of their non-performance, non-financial KPIs. So it's now sitting very much in the KPIs of our leadership, which is really very, you can say, forceful. And to me, the water KPI is actually my restless KPI. So I call it as my restless KPI because that's what we have to achieve. This is the restless KPI we must be gunning for.
As long
Thanks.
as it's business and not stress. Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, yeah, Rajesh.
Yeah. So if I might just add, echoing to what Navdeep has said, obviously ESG is becoming more and more of a business imperative, and as Navdeep mentioned, it's kind of like dovetailing into the KPIs of the senior most management, whether it's James Quincy, our global leader, or Sanket, who heads the INSWA business from India. But in terms of the challenges that you were referring to, Reshma, see, obviously each organization will have its own different set of challenges. If you look at the Coca-Cola system in India, you have a set of franchise bottling partners, you have a company-owned bottling system. Of course, you have the operating unit. So you have, when you look at funding, you look at resources coming from CSR, but at the same time, you're also looking at investments coming from the business money, from the P&L itself, because it's part of the business and it's imperative that businesses invest into that from that angle. At the same time, we should also be kind of like relevant to the changing realities of the world in terms of, if I take the example of my organization, the way the portfolio of our products are evolving. As you develop into more fruit-based products, hot fill-based products, so they require a different amount of water to actually produce them. So that involves investing into the latest technologies to ensure that you continue on your journey of improving efficiency within the plants. When we go out of the boundary of the plants, you can do enough of replenish in terms of creating watersheds. Like, for example, I would mention one of the most pet projects of mine, something which we had done in Dholpur, Rajasthan. So that single check dam had created a potential of close to around 1.8 million cubic meters of water, replenish potential. And over the period of 6-7 years that has existed, if you had visited it at least 2-3 times over a span of 2 to 3 years, you can actually see the difference it has made in terms of the condition of the farmers. Dholpur, which historically was actually a good producing area in terms of fruits and vegetables, which used to be exported all the way up to Delhi, had stopped doing that. But now that has again restarted. So while replenish, aquifer recharge remains a very important part of the work that we need to do, it is also important for organizations to realize the geographic specific requirements. Like in some areas, there might be huge availability of water, but access to safe drinking water might be a challenge, where you have to kind of like change your strategy to focusing more onto wash projects so that the community is getting benefited. So I would say the challenges are large, they are evolving. So we have to be kind of like be able to adapt to those challenges. Our strategies should be flexible enough so that we work towards achieving the ultimate objective of whatever strategies want to do.
And I think one of the key things that's come up is also that, looking at geographically interventions becomes very critical. In a country as diverse as India, there is no solution for everyone. And I think as companies have a footprint in multiple geographies, this is really coming out as a key learning that, to make targeted investments which are actually appropriate to the need of the community becomes very critical for the long haul as well. Paul, what has been the what is
Yeah,
what?
I know. I think, it's a point very well made, Rishma. I think, uh, you know, when Chandrakant was talking, I was just thinking about that very thing, because in the multiple states that we operate in, first and foremost, the nature of the action differs because fundamentally the geographies are different. So, for example, in Uttarakhand, it's mostly about spring shed management, protecting the upper reaches from where water and springs originate, right? In places like Rajasthan, it is about harvesting, and somehow preserving whatever little falls or is available. In places like Tamil Nadu, for example, there has been a tradition, and of course, in many parts of India, that's there, of village and temple tanks, which were, or sources of not only the water for the community, but it was also a very quiet and protective way of managing, groundwater levels. So, if you look at them, of course, now there is a little bit of awareness, and there are many projects out there for cleanups and restoration. But there was a time in the 90s and early 2000s when literally all of these were essentially open pits for sewage discharge, except for probably the temple tanks. But the village tanks were pretty much written off and toxic. So I think that's one part. The second part, I think, is if you draw up a list of the interventions that you need, you'll find 100. How do you kind of create scale and impact? And so do you pick up 2 or 3 and then work with them consistently so that over a period of a few years, there are many learnings and things like that. And for us, one of the very big discoveries was the fact that in each of these geographies, there are people who have been around working in addition to the communities. People like, for example, Chandrakant, they've been around in Rajasthan. So we said, let's not waste money learning. Let's make sure that whatever money we are, facing off to the challenge, let it be optimized and best spent in partnership with someone like Ambuja Cement Foundation, right? So I think partnerships, understanding the local imperatives, staying the course, these are all key, and that's what will create long-term success. And of course, conviction in the people that here are folks who are here to stay, not just, it's not fashionable to walk in and then invest some money 1 year and run off the next. So I think that's, but I would still say that, the role of government cannot be, minimized in that sense. I think in many places that we have operated, of course, we've had, the usual bureaucracy in some places, but in many places we find now that the people on the ground are extremely receptive. The only challenge comes in sometimes managing the multiplicity of owners and stakeholders. So, you have even today, despite the Jal Shakti, on the ground, there are still far too many different agencies and departments to contend with. So sometimes, it can get frustrating. And now, of course, with social impact and some of these interesting financing structures that are possible, the ability to scale, so use your rupee to create a significant multiplier. That also is something that has to be explored in conjunction with government, to my mind.
I agree. I think also the fact that, one of the key things that the minister spoke of yesterday was that this is the first time that you actually have an integrated ministry for water in India. But the government also recognizes that convergence on the ground is still work in progress. and it needs to come out of silos that water currently operates, and if we have to have meaningful action and also work being done at scale. Chandrakant, a lot of emphasis on ACF, and I guess that's the advantage of being the senior most on water as a foundation also on this panel. What are you seeing as some very consistent, effective strategies for the foundation, and how have you seen that play out in some of your programs?
Yes, so I think I echo with what Navdeep and Paul mentioned about the contextual factor related to different intervention at different area. And I just want to bring one aspect, like if you look at east and west of the country, eastern area has a huge water availability, but there is a poor infrastructure, right? So we are working with Hinduja, one of the Hinduja company in the bank in West Bengal, where water is available, and farmers are just taking one crop because they don't have the capacity to invest into the irrigation infrastructure. And I think we were working there and in this joint hand, and I think we are multiplying that in many more villages, that how we can bring that replication of that model. So I think one of our strategies is how we can quickly join hand with many more partners so that we can replicate these successes in different contexts, whether it is in Rajasthan or West Bengal. So that is one of the core strategy at foundation, that how we can replicate our experience in different part of country, whether it is coastal area or desert area of Rajasthan. And the second aspect, I think I would say the oldest model, which I talked about, salinity management in Gujarat. I think what we have done over a period of time, when we started developing our own learning with some of other organizations in similar geography, and I think we have promoted a different entity or organization called Coastal Salinity Prevention Cell in Gujarat. Now that organization is taking many more projects and coordinating the knowledge around coastal salinity management in Gujarat. So with partner like Tata Trust and other organizations, AKRSPI, we have a separate entity as a Section 8 company. I think it came into being in 2008 or 2009, and now I think they are focusing similar, replicating similar model in different coastal area, and they are even planning to go beyond Gujarat also. So Gujarat has a 1600-kilometer long coastal line, but they are now gearing up to go to other area also. So that is the another way where we have contributed to develop a model around how we can manage coastal salinity, and then created a vehicle which now focusing on replicating this experience in different part of Gujarat. So and third important thing, I think, and one of the panelists mentioned that agriculture being a huge user, highest use in agriculture, 80%. If we say the estimate says that 80% water is used in agriculture, I think demand management agriculture is one of the key aspect, I think, and I think where we are focusing since last almost more than 10 years now, how we can reduce demand or better manage water in agriculture. I think there are many levers within that, promoting technology or promoting better practices, promoting less water intensive crop, doing water budgeting as per the water availability in a particular aquifer and all that. So I think focus, and that will give many more impact in terms of water productivity, water use efficiency, and at the same time, I think technology like micro irrigation, where government has also focused on everywhere across countries, and there are many more models. And I think one of the successful model in Gujarat is Gujarat Green Revolution Company, a special purpose vehicle by government of Gujarat, and we are partnering with them since last almost 12 years now. And I think we have promoted this micro irrigation system in almost about 12,000 acre only in the coastal area of Gujarat, and overall I think 20,000 acre of land under micro irrigation, where I think we are facilitating and coordinating and incentivizing farmer that they should adopt excess government subsidy, put some incentive from our side, and I think that is creating a multiplier impact. So I think water management in agriculture is way forward, and how we can reduce or bring more efficiency, and I would say how we can reduce water footprint of a particular crop on a production basis rather than productivity basis. So I think these are some of the area. And finally, I think under drinking water, I think focus should be on access. I think JJM is very ambitious program, and government is as ambitious target of having functional tap connectivity at each household by 2022. I think it's on their way, like Swachh Bharat mission. I think we have joined hand in at least 2-3 geography where we are implementing that project in a particular geography with end-to-end solution, not only in functional toilet tap connectivity, but also solid and liquid waste management in those areas. So I think and I think drinking water also has important dimension of water quality, because some of the panelists also touch upon it. But I think water quality is one of the important area where we only not need to work on understanding water quality, but how we can help community to understand it and address those challenges. I think these are some of the way forward, I would say, and I will pause here. Thank you.
Reshma, can I just have a quick word? So both what, Navdeep and Chandrakant said, there are a couple of observations here which I'd like to make. One was, we are working with them on in Farakka in West Bengal. One of the things that we have to be very mindful of is that while you're increasing the ability to multi-crop, you have to be very, very careful about where you find the water to do that. Because in India, fundamentally, we are a rain-fed, economy. And multi-cropping usually comes through groundwater exploitation. And that's something that we have to be very careful of. So unless you are generating or adding to the stock of surface water or, whatever, you have a philosophical challenge there about multi-cropping and using, exploiting groundwater. And I think the other big issue is, when you're talking about demand management, it's again something that we as a nation have to kind of address is the challenge of pricing the resource. And one of the sensitive aspects of, what action we need to do as a nation is address this whole issue of price. First of all, removing water from the commons and treating it as a resource, and then saying, there is a price to be paid. You can give all the subsidies you want and recognize them in your balance sheet. But the fact remains that you need to price it. Sorry, thanks.
And I think there's been a fair bit of, pushback as well in terms of, if you need farmers to move more climate appropriate crops, then you also need to ensure that, incentives and investments are aligned accordingly. So there's already been, learnings from the millet mission, in terms of how it effectively helped farmers to transition out of crops like paddy. But I suspect it needs to be done at a much larger scale, given the strong presence of paddy and wheat in our procurement basket as well. So thanks, Paul, for bringing that up. One of the ongoing conversations in FICCI and in many industry communities also is that industry is actually doing a lot, right? And just from the experience of what all of you shared for your companies, there is a fair bit of work that companies are doing, and it's gone way beyond the fence. One of the key challenges is how are you measuring it, right? So how are you creating compelling credibility on the work on water as companies? And so what are the kind of measurement and disclosure principles that you are now using to build very compelling evidence on the impact on water? Navdeep mentioned that they have taken on a voluntary effort to get the AWS certification for one of their distilleries. SEBI has just introduced a mandate for the top 1,000 companies as part of the BRSR declarations. So in terms of just basically building, again, compelling credibility that the work on water is real, it's authentic, it's making a difference. What is the current state in terms of your respective measurement standards and reporting on water?
Reshma, I'll come in for this. If you see post-COVID, all this ESG has evolved drastically actually, and we call it as a ESG 2.0. Although it's not changed much, but still people call it ESG 2.0. It's only because investors are taking keen interest in ESG now. And actually, we get question from investor on water. Okay, that's actually something new that has been started. And I actually got at least 10 questions on water in my after my last AGM, and they asked very detail on water efficiency, water recycling, how you are doing it, and that's very interesting to see. As far as the disclosure part is concerned, we at Mahindra, we are in carbon disclosure project, and we are in A list in water leadership band in CDP. And we are also working on Dow Jones Sustainability Index. Though it covers ESG, it covers water also drastically. And just happy to share that Mahindra is the first Indian automobile company to be in World Index of Dow Jones Sustainability Index this year. See, all this is important because when you go through all these disclosures processes and everything, you actually change your process and the way you think. And I think the 360-degree holistic approach actually is considered while you are actually reporting, disclosing every year, and it's in public domain, and you are very careful, accountable, and then you have to actually show the results, right? The one concept I would like to mention here is 360-degree water balance and the water productivity. So what we are considering is, a concept of water productivity. And as we are mentioning about, water stock and water resource and everything. So basically what we're trying to do is we have taken a target when suppose today we require 100 liters of water to produce one product, a tractor or say whatever vehicle. So after a period of 15 years, we want to produce in half of the water, right? So that's the kind of a target that we are taking. And it's actually, we are measuring and maintaining year on year. And if you have to achieve the 15 years target, it's a very steep target, because if you're going to use 100 liters and then you're going to use 50 liters, or you are going to make 2 tractors in 100 liters, say, for example. So it's a very, stretched target. And we have to work for at least a period of 10 years for this particular work, right? Another aspect that I just want to mention is we talked about the input like water, but it's very, very important, the concept of circular economy and wastewater. What is happening with wastewater is we are reusing it, but we are not reusing it in a processes, right? So many of the times, if you see, we are using it for gardening, we are using it for some other things, but I think it has a huge potential at industry level and at municipal level, at government level also. Because if you see at the numbers, like Bombay alone or Delhi alone, how much waste water they are recycling, or they have to treat. Basically, I'm not using the word recycling because it's not being recycled, it's treated. But I think that is a huge potential available, and governments, and I think I should FICCI also, because we are also ready to. I was actually trying for Bombay, and we actually will require support from the people here and the FICCI also. We have to use that opportunity, because if you consider waste, if you consider water, wastewater or the waste, they have a huge potential to become a resource. And I think that is the opportunity that we have to use. And, we can get into it with help of other people. And it has, we at our locations, one of our locations, does goes 200 days without dependency of any external source on the water. We have utilized the recycling completely there. We are focusing on changing the processes. So from, water intensive process to low water intensive processes, and a lot of technology that you need to add in the process itself, moving ahead. And if you consider the production numbers are going to increase over the years and everything, the consumption, everything. So resource is depleting, but the, requirement is increasing. So you have to use some other source, like for energy, we are using green energy. I think wastewater recycling is going to be next source for us for, as a fresh water. It will replace fresh water. Yeah, so I think that's the point I wanted to make.
Rajesh, what is the measurement disclosures, principal priorities for Coca-Cola?
Yeah, thanks, Rishma. So within Coke, obviously, we have the common practice of publishing our sustainability disclosures at the India level as well as at the global level. So as these numbers are going into the public domain. So there is obviously a very robust internal system of ensuring the correctness of the numbers. That's number one. The second aspect is, since we undertake such a huge number of projects across almost the breadth and span of the country, it's also very important to ensure that these projects are actually functioning to the design level for which they were conceived, and the maintenance standards of these projects are on. So internally, what we have is a system of validating and evaluating these projects on a year-on-year basis to ensure that they actually perform, and where there is a necessity to make some further interventions, those are undertaken. In terms of looking at outside recognition or outside accreditation, that is something which we have been evaluating, because obviously it's always good to get an outside in perspective, but that is something which is still work in progress. And I take a lot of learnings from what Navdeep has mentioned. I'm sure I'll be getting in touch with him out of this call to have more discussion on that. Thank you.
Navdeep, now that Rajesh has, appointed you as chief mentor, what is actually, because also you journey, what is disclosures also before, AWS, and how are you looking at the VRSR guidelines also, now that it's mandatory for the top 1,000 companies in India?
Yeah, and Rajesh, always, happy to collaborate. I think that's the mantra going forward. So, Reshma, there are very interesting things churning out within Diageo internally. And one of the interesting things which I would like to share, and I'm very proud to share that, is that it is no more the agenda of a sustainability team sitting at some desk or some office. So what interesting thing which has started in Diageo globally, and again, India being best in class, we have set up a cross-functional team at a highest level. So it's not the sustainability team driving the non-financial agenda. So we have procurement, finance, marketing, brand, the supply, the manufacturing team, part of the CFT, cross-functional team. And we have actually chalked out that what is it that matters in terms of not materiality only, but the double materiality. So it's not just left to the materiality factor, what can impact on the financial figures, but what is the double materiality. And I think we are speaking that language within the organization, because that's becoming, and interestingly, it is becoming a pride for many functions like health and safety, which never realize that the LTIs which they are managing matters how much to the investors in the ESG rating, and they're feeling pride to be part of this cross-functional team. So measurement, definitely we can have tools, we can have Excel sheets, we can have dashboards, Power BIs, but if we don't have people's passion towards it, I think it will just be an Excel sheet. And we are not looking at creating one more sustainability report, because that's an academic exercise. What we are doing is championing these causes. And interestingly, our manufacturing plants are actually running a kind of a quasi competition that I want to be the first water positive site. And the unit head is calling me saying, Navdeep, why don't you come and plan for I have spoken to the villagers, they have given us the request for watershed. We are doing, so it's not just an NGO going to the village and asking about what we can do together. It is the unit head who is taking that as one of the KPIs, as I said, restless KPIs. So it's a very interesting journey happening inside Diageo. Also, I would like to say that it's basically embedding into the decision making, embedding into the everyday routine of conversation. So we have those tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 kind of reviews that happens in our manufacturing level. It is actually being embedded into that, and it's a kind of a celebration of every milestone that we achieve. So it's it's a very interesting journey, and I would like to, congratulate my exec who has given us this freedom to talk about this non-financial agenda in such a fashion. And it has become a kind of a daily routine for people to contribute towards this. And measurement is very well documented. And in addition to AWS, Reshma, we also have a technical agency called First Climate. So every project that we do, it is pre-validated before we execute the project, especially in the community. And once it is executed, along with the geotagging, it goes to the First Climate, and they actually post-validate the numbers which we are trying to claim. And then only it is put in the disclosures. And as far as the disclosures are concerned, other than the AWS, we are working towards, basically towards GRI guidelines, the SASB sector-specific guidelines, and UNPRI principles. All the three embedded together is part of our disclosure principles. And it's a great learning curve for all of us in the department here. But again, a pride moment that we are actually part of a cross-functional team. We are not sitting in a periphery as a cost center. We are actually making a definite contribution to the business. And we are supporting our management and CEO to face the investors and media that we are absolutely committed towards water. And at some point of time, I think it's high time that we must marry carbon and water, and have a joint strategy for both of them, not have an independent strategies for both of them. Thanks.
I think I'm sure that it actually really fuels the sense of purpose for the unit heads also who are working, because now they're seeing a significant impact of their work on the communities as well. Have you been part of some of these investor conversations? Do you see that there's a heightened interest in sustainability practices with companies? What has that experience been like for you?
This has been a very old journey as far as we are concerned. And I'll tell you a little context, put it in a context a little bit. Some of us moved from erstwhile ABN AMRO Bank to IndusInd Bank. And I was going to give you the example of IndusInd Bank. And it was a bank which was a bit on the brink. And we were out there trying to address the various issues that were afflicting the bank. And as part of the process of engaging with the outside world and most importantly investors, we figured it's best to be as transparent as possible. And almost a decade ago, we started, amongst other reporting, we started this whole thing of business responsibility, business sustainability, BRSR, whatever you wish to call it. We had volunteered to not only expose ourselves, but also give commitments year on year and have assurance, external assurance that we were, running to targets. So, like Kiran said, we were also rated as the only bank with an A in, rating. So all of that. But I think I would say, I would agree with Navdeep. The real issue, some of these reports become, deliverables for a department sitting in one corner, which is, the sustainability or the CSR department. But the real issue is when it becomes an organization-wide movement, when the staff volunteering on your projects actually comes back and asks their boss, what are we doing in our department or in our business? And that's the real challenge, because it's the leadership that has to be the torchbearers of conviction, and once that happens, then everything else kind of falls into place. So yes, all the reporting is there. In India, I think part of it is, driven by the need for compliance. And I'm not too sure if the reports are, made in the spirit of necessarily transparency. It's more like you're twisting my arm, so I'm putting something out there. But I think the real challenge is to ensure that there is buy-in, not only amongst the staff, amongst the community, amongst your vendors, amongst your partners, collaborators, and of course, the regulators. I always used to fight with the government saying we were doing so many things, which about a decade ago, we used to think was part of our so-called outreach commitment. For example, a green data center, or we started putting solar to power all our ATMs, especially in rural areas to ensure availability. But all of that was removed because they said that this is all internal facing. You can put it as part of your sustainability package, but not certainly your outreach. So sometimes we get very, dogmatic about some of these things. I wish that was not the case. But yes, I would say that the time has come now for all of us, the transparency bit, of course, but from a true spirit of transparency, but B, creating the scale through some kind of, united collaborative efforts, and 3, the engagement of government at a completely different level than hitherto.
For ACI, it was one of the things you mentioned was that you're now at an 8 factor, right? How have you actually built that kind of, shared agenda, shared purpose that Navdeep also talked about, right, within the company, so that it actually becomes an ambitious goal that everyone sees they are a part of, right?
Yeah. So I think I completely echo with the speaker. I think it's not about only CSR or sustainability, but I think when we started, and I mentioned in 2010-11, when we started accounting and putting these data of water use and water contribution to the community through community initiative, as well as many other initiatives, I think each plant or each operation has their clear, I would say, mirror saying that you are using X, you are putting 2X or X by 2. So whether either you are water positive or either you are not water positive. And I think that has given a very, very clear roadmap for each of them. And I think there was a healthy competition. Many plants were pushing that agenda from the unit head. And I think it was one of the top KRA or KPI at the top level also, that MD was directly looking into it, that we want to travel on this journey of 5 times water positive, from 2 times to 5 times, and now they are saying 10 times. But as a cross-functional team, or as a share vision and share ownership of the entire program, I think it will be much beyond that by 2030. And I think it's part of global water protocol. All the measurement protocol and everything are in place, and I think it is disclosed wherever, I think, including sustainability report or Dow Jones Sustainability Index application and all that. And there are protocols. I think more than protocols, I would say it's a shared journey, shared ownership at different level, right from the water operator in the plant, when they started understanding that there is something going on water, how we can reduce water use. And I think, though we have contributed significantly in community project, but I think if you look at 10-year data of water use in a given plan and water use per unit of cement production, or I think they have reduced substantially. So they have fixed lots of efficiency issue within the plant. And I think all that has made this journey, in terms of, from the company perspective, a water positive company by a factor of 8. And they are now, we are gearing up for achieving it by 10. And the one important aspect is, I think periodically these data are assured by third-party verifier. I think we have done, I think, 4 to 5 assessment. So whatever data we have at different plants, consolidated at corporate level, I think on a sequence, on a periodicity of about 2 to 3 years, we have engaged a third party, and they have verified this data and assured that this data are verified by them. So this is the way we are looking at it. And I think journey is, I think, continuous from the company perspective as well as community perspective, to bring more and more work more and more, and how we can create a water positive community or water secure community, so to say.
come through from everyone is that, water, when it becomes everyone's agenda in the organization, standards, measurement are a means to an end, right? The goal is really that everybody takes it as their priority, and it is their place to act. And, all of these systems and processes of measurement really, validate the journey, but they don't become an end in themselves. We're almost at the end of our session. As parting comments, in terms of what you're looking forward to, and a lot of you have expressed the keenness to work in partnerships, right? As we close and we look at, what role can companies play in water stewardship at scale with partnerships? What's on your mind as you are, going back into work after this conversation? And, what are some of the priorities that you are setting for yourselves in terms of partnering externally or with others?
So, Reshma, if I might go first. I see that as individual organizations, entities, all of us are focused. We have been doing a lot of work. And obviously, that is something which is imperative to the business also. But once you have crossed a certain threshold, whether you are 200% or 300%, really doesn't mean much as an organization. You are water positive means you are water positive. But what I see as an opportunity going forward is for like-minded organizations, maybe corporates, to come together to deliver really large-scale projects, something that is at scale, which can make a real visible impact to the area or to the location of the communities that we are trying to do. And that is where I think industry associations like FICCI or CII or whoever can kind of like support this kind of coming together of these organizations to do this kind of work. So I think going forward, that could be one way to look at it.
So picking up from where Rajesh is hinting, and I think I've been echoing this part that there is definitely a need for collective action. And since I'm part of one of the committees under FICCI Water Mission, so what I would suggest is that we can take, because that's part of the corporate stewardship committee, and my takeaway is, Reshma, that I will activate in that group, especially the speakers here and the more like-minded people to come and join in that particular working group. And the biggest challenge is that how do we converge at a hyper local level? So I think that is where the boundary hits the challenge. That let's say if Chandrakant is working in Rajasthan, I'm also working in Rajasthan, but our geotags don't match. So what is my geotag? Let's say if I'm working in a Alwar industrial area and working on a Ruparel river, which falls into the Yamuna river basin and then to the Ganga basin. So if we are able to match these geotags together and see there is a possibility to collaborate, I think then only we can work together. Otherwise, it will only be a conceptual partnership. So what we need to do is to do that hyper-local mapping at FICCI Water Mission and bring it the people who are interested to partner on those catchments or aquifers or sub-basins. And that is the way to go, I personally see. And I definitely, Kritika, please keep me on this particular journey, that in that working group, we initiate this collective action work.
Right, sir.
Very happy to support that as well. We've been talking about just getting a repository of who's working where in the country. And it might just be the catalyst that we need, to get going. So we'll definitely take that up. Kiran? Chandrakant.
Yeah, so just two comments from my side. One is I never spoke on the farmer agriculture side of our business, which is farm tech prosperity we are talking about. So I would like to collaborate because we are working on sustainable farming practices and water being one of the major key area in that. And as we all of us we have seen that how the water is used in agriculture, and we are promoting sustainable farming practices through our Krishi vertical. So it's a part of our farm prosperity business, and wherein, as we say that farmer prosperity is very very important. At the same time, ESG angle should be there. So it's good for them. It's good for the country overall, the community also. So we are working rigorously on the sustainability farming practices. We have implemented the model on 1,000 farmers, and we're just trying to see how they respond in all of this together and how the results are. So I'll definitely like to collaborate, with various speakers here so that we can work in different geographies, because we have farmers spread across the country and all geographies, and all the geographies have different challenges, even specifically with water. So that is the one area where I would like to collaborate. And I was mentioning about the wastewater. I think there is a huge scope that we have through the committee Navdeep mentioned here. I think we should have look at it that, how much wastewater is generated, at least in metro cities, and, how we can use it, for community, recycle it and reuse it for community, say, or for industry purposes, or wherever it is required. So that applicability, looking at holistically at 360 degrees, is very, very important. So I think these are the two things I would like to take back and work on this.
Thanks, Kiran. Thanks.
Yeah, so I will just add, Reshma. I think we all touched upon this partnership aspect during the previous discussion. I think that is the way forward, I would say. And as you rightly said, one can outline where all are working. And at the same time, I think we can also have some of the successful case of partnership, whether it is between corporate, whether it is between corporate government, whether it is between corporate and other donor. I think that will also give some insight just to match the geotag, where are the common geography. And as a foundation, I think partnership start from our vision to build a sustainable and prosperous society, which is built on a long-term partnership. So I think the answer is in partnership. That will give the synergy, and that will help us to achieve the daunting task of water security in community across our country. Thank you.
Paul, final word from you.
No, I think, there's no, absolutely, I resonate what Chandrakant has just said, and Navdeep and Kiran, and Rajesh. We really need to build scale, and partnerships is the only way out. Secondly, I think it's also expertise, domain, and familiarity with the ground level. And there are many people out there who've been working in certain geographies for years. Let's not try and reinvent the wheel, because there's a cost of learning which can be better used. I think what FICCI could do is also in terms of, build a database. And many times I have, struggled with this thing of where do I go with the project, because a lot of times our group companies are driven by imperatives of their own hinterland. They'd like to have it, within their, footprint, geography, whatever. But I also see many other parts. And for us, the one singular exception to that was Jawar in Palghar, where none of our businesses were present. While, 90% of our projects, and I know it's the same with Chandrakant, it's always around their own facilities. There are spaces out there which have no MyBap. And sometimes maybe that's where we must make the start on a true collaboration, because then some of the micro issues, there are many issues. I know it's sad to say, but sometimes collaborations have faltered because simple things of brand visibility and how it is shared. So some of these things, if you go into a geography which is not owned by anyone, but which needs the serious attention that must happen there, that's probably one place to start. But I think there is no escaping that if you want your rupee to go far, collaboration is the only way forward.
No, thank you. Thanks. I mean, Nafees, I'm very glad that you kind of taken the initiative here. We've been talking about this for a while now in FICCI, and I think the time is very, it's clearly there for us to at least put a stake in the ground somewhere, saying here's where some of us are actually ready to work together. I think there's also a lot of shared learning. So how do we build that repository, which is accessible as a public good to all members? To kind of cut short, as Paul said, the cost of learning. And I think the third part is also to be able to build a certain set of principles of engaging effectively with government, because the significant scale will actually come when we are able to effectively leverage, our, contribution in terms of capabilities or processes or with the kind of resources that government is in any case committed to spending on water. So it's I think 2 years of perhaps just our nose to the ground and working on this issue has also given us the energy now to see what we can build further. And I'm really delighted with the with the kind of inputs that have come from all of you, and this will actually become a part of the mandate for the water mission as well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Always a pleasure to meet colleagues from the industry and from the sector.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Anand, for chairing this session. It was really interesting and interactive session. I thank all the speakers for their presence and for giving us such good insights. And we'll definitely look forward to collaborate with all of you during our course forward in this FICCI water mission. Thank you all. We'll now move to our next plenary session in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. We'll now begin with our plenary session 5, which is on enhancing private sector engagement in urban water and wastewater management. The session will identify issues and solutions for private sector engagement in urban wastewater management, as well as present successful case studies of PPP towards scaling up in wastewater treatment and recycling facilities. We have with us Mr. V.K. Madhavan, member FICCI Water Awards Jury and CEO WaterAid India, to chair this session. We have with us other eminent speakers, Mr. D.P. Mathuria, who is the Executive Director, National Mission for Clean Ganga, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. We have Mr. B. Suresh, CEO, Managing Director, Mahindra Consulting Engineers Limited. Dr. Dinesh Mehta, Executive Director, Center for Water and Sanitation, CEPT University. And Mr. Ajit Oak, Director, Primove Infrastructure Development Consultants Private Limited. Mr. Dinesh Mehta from CEPT University and Mr. Ajit Oak from Primove. They are also the winners of the 9th edition of FICCI Water Awards. I can congratulate both of you. I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Martin. Over to you.
Thanks, Kirtika, and welcome. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session, the 5th plenary session of the FICCI Water Awards on enhancing private sector engagement in urban water and wastewater management. I'd also like to invite, in addition to Mr. Mathuria from NMCG, Dr. Suresh from Mahindra Consulting, Mr. Ajit Oak from Primove, and Dinesh Mehta ji, Professor Dinesh Mehta from CEPT. I'd also like to invite Mr. P. Akash, who's the Executive Director of the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. India is faced with a huge challenge, both with regard to urban sanitation, to ensure that we have safely managed sanitation in our urban areas, and also to ensure safe, available, and assured water in our urban context. The reality is that large proportions of our urban population are still beyond sewered networks. And so while the challenge of ensuring that our population has access to sewered networks continues to be addressed, we also have to contend with the fact that there's a need to enhance treatment capacity. We need to focus on recycle and reuse of treated water, or at least at a minimum to ensure that the water is treated prior to release. Now, while the responsibility would rest with the government, it is quite clear that this can't be done by government alone. And there's a need for engagement with the private sector to ensure that the private sector can lend its hand and work with the government shoulder to shoulder to try and ensure that government has access to the best treatment solutions, technologies, and private sector could potentially play a role as a service provider with the government as duty bearer, ensuring accountability of the service provider. So in this session today, we try and explore, we have a great panel consisting of people from the private sector, from government, as well as from academia. And we will try and listen and learn from our speakers and panelists about successful private sector engagements with regard to urban water and wastewater management, as well as what are some of the learnings from the work that's been tried out in the past. I'd like to, in this format, what we will try and do is to first invite each panelist and to share their views in 10 minutes. We will then have some questions that we might pose to them, take some questions from panelists, and then we would request each panelist to make a closing remark before we wind the session up. So I'd like to start with Mr. P. Akash, if you would like to go first.
Hello, good afternoon all. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am Mr. Akash. I'm the Executive Director of Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this panel discussion. It is my pleasure and privilege. As the chair rightly mentioned in his opening remarks, that ultimately the responsibility for water supply and sewerage management lies with the government. And we see this water supply and sewerage management as part of the two sides of the same coin, part of the same loop. But obviously, as Chair again pointed out, government alone may not be having all the capacity and all the technological wherewithal to take up all the latest technical intervention. So the power of the private sector can be leveraged, and the government can lastly take up an enabling role or a regulating role and ensure that this is enabled. I'll take the first couple of minutes to just to give you an overview of the strategy and the way forward that we in Chennai Metro Water believe is the way to go. Because we have water security and waste management are, as I mentioned, two sides of the same coin, and we have three pillars in when it comes to sustainable water supply and reliance and resilience to the vagaries of climate, because climate change is also a major issue that is coming up. So the three pillars are: one is source security, which includes diversification into climate agnostic sources of water supply, such as desalination and TTRO water and such. Second is enhancing operational efficiency by decentralizing water supply and treatment, and also ensuring that energy efficiency is also ensured, and district metering area concept is introduced so that all the citizens have equitable source of water. And the third and the most important pillar, which directly connects with the topic of today's panel discussion, is converting this open loop into a closed loop, open loop system into a closed loop system. Currently, we have a setup in which we take water from various sources, and it is being treated and supplied to the residents, and it comes out as wastewater. Wastewater is largely let out into the river streams, and it is not properly used. So ultimately, when this open loop is converted into a closed loop, this wastewater should be fully treated, and the treated water should be pumped back into the system, and thereby enabling a closed loop. So the basic advantage is very simple. For example, if the let's imagine that the recycling is 50%. So if you start with 100 liters of water, you supply 100 liters of water, you get back 50 liters. In the second cycle, this 50 liters is supplied, then you get back 25 liters, because 50% of 50. Then this 25 goes back, then you get back 12.5 liters. So it is an infinite loop. So when if the recycling rate is 50% and you start with 100 liters of water, you are essentially having a source of 200 liters. It is just doubling. If it is like, instead of recycling, if the recycling is 75%, it is 4 times, because the formula is 1 over 1 minus r. It is an infinite progression. So if you are able to recycle 75% of the water, so if you start with 100 liters of water, you'll be able to ultimately supply 400 liters of water. So as the recycling efficiency increases, the source, the ultimate quantum of water that is available for supply also increases substantially at a geometric way. So that is the thought that we are having. And Chennai has been, as you know, one of the pioneers in putting tertiary treated tertiary treated reverse osmosis plant, and we have an installed capacity of 90 million liters per day of tertiary treatment of sewage water. But unfortunately, we are able to sell this water to the industries at the rate of only 30 million liters per day, 30 to 35 million liters per day. So we are having an unutilized capacity of around 50 to 60 million liters per day, which we are right now. If an industry comes forward now, I can give them 60 million liters per day at a cost which is half of the rate of conventional water. For example, just to give you some numbers, if an industry is taking the desalinated water from water which is a result of desalination process, we are selling it to them at the rate of 140 to 150 per kiloliters, rupees 150 per kiloliters. But the tertiary treated sewage, which is of a much higher grade, we are selling to them at 80 rupees per kiloliter, approximately half the rate we are able to sell it to them. But unfortunately, see, the thing with Chennai is Chennai doesn't have a perennial water source. So it is fully dependent on the climate. So when there is a drought, when the rainfall is inadequate for 1 or 2 consecutive years, and the rainfall is inadequate, then these industries and all the people, will be very happy to take our recycled sewage water, because they don't have any other source of water. But now, because we had big copious rains last year, many of these industries in Chennai, as you know, Tamil Nadu is one of the most industrialized states in India. Chennai is one of the most industrialized cities. These industries, they have a lot of catchment water bodies, lakes, and even underground water extraction uses a lot of water because of recent rains. So currently they don't have demand for the recycled wastewater. So once the demand picks up, we'll be able to sell the recycled wastewater. And coming to private sector partnership, or rather the PPP model, we have a good example of Minjur desalination plant. Our first desalination plant, major desalination plant in India, was established in Minjur in 2010 in Chennai. So that is based on a proper private sector, public-private partnership. 100% capital investment has been made by the private company. So, so the private company will own the assets for 15 years, and we'll be buying water from them for 15 years at a pre-specified rate. And after 15 years, the assets will be fully transferred to us. So that is the operation model. But we don't have any such model when it comes to the sewage, tertiary treated sewage, tertiary treatment plants for sewage. Even in the secondary treatment plants, we are coming up with a lot of projects because of the Tamil Nadu Pollution Control Board mandates, which states that the discharge effluents need to have a specific parameters or specific purity. So because of those mandates and legal mandates, we are and also obviously concerned to the environment, we are putting up sewage treatment plants, and we are also going. There is a new initiative which is being done. We are going for a TTUF, tertiary treatment with ultrafiltration membrane. That process is being followed, and we are planning to take the outlet of the secondary treated sewage treatment plants, and it will be tertiary treated, and the tertiary treated water will be used to fill up a drinking water reservoir. And that water will be mixed with the normal natural water, and it will be distributed to the public after following a conventional treatment. That pilot project for 10 million liters per day is at a very advanced stage of execution, and it's in Nasapakam in Chennai. So all these projects are being taken up so that we are able to recycle water and make it commercially viable. Even if, as I mentioned earlier, even if we sell at 80 rupees per kiloliters, that is still profitable for us. It is profitable for the industries as well, because if you see, the TDS of that water is around 40. The TDS of the tertiary treated sewage water is around 40. In fact, the mineral water that you drink might have a TDS of 150, which is fully potable. 100 TDS of up to 500 is potable, or at least up to 250 is very recommended. It is highly potable. But after this tertiary treated sewage water, it has a TDS of around less than 50. So it is nearly industrial grade water, but still initially when we started off, the industries had a lot of concerns about, because of the source of water. So we had to do a lot of convincing, and we engaged with the industries, and we invited the industries to take a visit to our sewage treatment plants. Initially, even I was very skeptical about, how come this tertiary treated sewage water is potable. But then when I personally visited the plant, and I even had a glass of water from that tertiary treated sewage, it is as pure as any water that you can get. It's even purer than mineral water. So going forward, I think from the industry side, I think there should be some more acceptability towards the utilization of tertiary treated water. That is one thing. And from the government side, I think more experiments with the latest technologies, which is already being done, it should be taken at the next level. And maybe when it comes to the procurement model, a more PPP oriented model can be taken up, so that there'll be better engagement of the private sector, resulting in a better utilization of water. Now, as I earlier pointed out, we have an installed capacity of 90 million liters per day of tertiary treating plants, but we are able to send only 30 to 35. So that means there is a disconnect between the engagement because clientele and we are the supplier, and there is a clientele which is the industry. There's a disconnect. So had it been a PPP model in which we had asked the industries themselves to put the plant up, then there would have been a better participation or a better utilization of the capacity. So I think maybe that is one way in which we'll be going forward. So that's it from my side as of now. If there are any further questions, I'll be happy to elaborate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akash. I think it's a very good context to sort of frame the discussion as we move forward, and we'll come back with some questions to you subsequently. I now like to invite Mr. Mathuria, who's the Executive Director Technical from the National Mission Clean Ganga. Mr. Mathuria. We seem to have lost Mr. Mathuria. Maybe we'll come back to Mr. Mathuria. Yeah, Kirtika?
Yeah, I'll just check. Maybe we can continue.
Yeah, we'll come back to Mr. Mathuria when he joins us. I now request Professor Dinesh Mehta, who as part of CEPT University has actually, they've been engaged particularly in Maharashtra with several municipalities at looking at this whole issue of both safe management of sanitation as well as water. And so over to you, Professor Mehta.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's a good follow-up to Mr. Akash. From a big metro, I want to describe the situation in the small towns in Maharashtra where we have been working for the last 5 years. And just as a pretext, I think the Swachh Bharat mission did wonders. I mean, removal of open defecation was an ambitious goal globally. Everyone was skeptical, but we've achieved that in 5 years. I think large number of toilets constructed, whether, except we run this performance assessment system where we track the urban service delivery in the 5 states. And we see that toilet coverage in these 5 states of Maharashtra, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Telangana is tremendous. I mean, 99% of households have a toilet. But the chain, what we call the sanitation chain, is incomplete. A large number of small town residents are not connected, what we call, to any system. So they have these septic tanks or 2-pit or single pit, and there is no treatment facilities whatsoever. So as an action research project, we started looking at the implications that while we have done this first step very well of constructing the toilet, the next step of the service chain is totally missing. And those missing links were, so we started looking at how often the septic tanks are emptied or the pits are emptied. And we realized that many of the septic tanks and pits are emptied once in 10 years or sometimes never from our survey, because people have this tendency to build large ones. Why do they not empty the septic tank? Because we realize that the desludgers who are called in to empty septic tank when they are overflowing or when they are full charge 1,500, 2,000. It's almost distress prices. So we started this, we would call it an experiment, but we had these willing municipal councils of Y, Sinnar in Maharashtra that adopted what is referred to as a scheduled desludging. So every septic tank systematically is emptied once in 3 years. And we are proud to say that the city of Y has completed one cycle of this schedule emptying. City of Sinnar will complete that in another 6 months. And we've been tracking this treated sludge. I mean, this emptying is then treated in a state of the art. In Y, we have a state-of-the-art pyrolysis system where the sludge is actually burnt at 400 degrees, and so there are no pathogens even in the sludge, and the water is also treated well. In Sinnar, the water treated is used for urban forest. 8,000 square meter of urban forest has been developed with the treated water from the treatment plant using USB technology. Now we found that implementing the scheduled desludging, emptying every septic tank once in 3 years, has tremendous environmental benefit. We have been tracking the quality of the underground, the groundwater, river water, well water, and we find that over the 3-year cycle, the water quality has improved. And this paper will be published soon in Environment and Planning Journal, and we'll be able to share with the larger audience. And I think this is the lesson from Y and Sinnar that has been implemented now, or in Kolhapur, in Satara, and many cities in Maharashtra are now going for the scheduled desludging. Thankfully, this has been also recognized, and the Swachh Bharat Mission 2, as a part of their Water Plus certification, it is also recommending that all the septic tanks need to be treated. Need to be emptied on a regular basis. And just to follow what Mr. Akash was saying, that the whole issue of involving the private sector in the whole operation, I think as far as the desludging is concerned, we've done this analysis and we find that the entire sector is today informal, unregulated. And in those two cities, we had to go through formal process to ensure that the small enterprises come together. So I think there is a immediate need to ensure that the small enterprises that are in the business of desludging are, I wouldn't say regulated properly, but are supported, and they need a lot of hand-holding support. They need a lot of capital support. We talk about support to SMEs from banking sector, but in our interview with them, they find it extremely difficult to raise capital. They have a problem of delayed payments. So their working capitals are issue, and despite all the facilities, the banks give them only overdraft, which are very high cost. So there is a high cost that is involved, and I think this is the sector that we really need to look after. And because these are the small private enterprises, and I think they need good support. Imagine 4,000 cities in India that are currently do not have sewerage system, will depend on desludging, and I think there is a big market, but we need that support. On the treatment side, I'm surprised to see that despite all the investment that Chennai has made, they cannot find buyers of their treated water. And we also are struggling because the revenue stream coming out of treatment, either the water that is treated or the sludge that is treated, has very little market. Part of the problem we realized in Maharashtra is that the sludge that comes out of the treated plant, we can treat them for all the pathogens, but given the fertilizer subsidies that are available to farmers, there is little takeoff of the sludge. So what we are now trying to do is to work with the farmers to mix this sludge with the chemical fertilizer, and we are working with agricultural universities to find out what is the right mix of the sludge so that the farmers can use it for cash. What is the proportion that can be used for edible crop? So I think that is the real issue. And so the whole market on the, if you are talking about the circular economy of the sanitation, I think Mr. Akash used the phrase of closing the loop. And that loop at the end of the loop is not closed, partly because of the price dynamics. We are pricing our water so cheap. Large number of cities, we find that there is no metering of water, and it may come as a surprise to the audience, but in many states, the water is not metered. So people are just charged on the basis of the number of taps in their house or on the basis of percentage of property taxes. So the whole pricing is not there. Therefore, the treated water that costs a lot to treat, its reuse is getting very difficult. So now we know that Amrut 2 is talking about 20% reuse of water. So there is a tremendous market. We are now trying, how can we treat the water, at least the grey water that comes out, which has less pathogens in these non-sewered cities, because there is the drain water. So it's probably easier to treat. So we are looking at various technology options to see. But right now we find only applications to gardens, municipal parks, etc. At least where the earlier treated water was being used, now the drinking water was being used. Now we are trying to shift to the treated water. So we are attempting some saving. I think final point that I would like to make, Mr. Chairman, is that in light of all the climate change and everything that we've been witnessing, and floods and droughts occurring, in at least Gujarat and Maharashtra, we have seen that the number of rainfall days are reducing. So we really will need to, bring not only our rainwater harvesting and other on the water resource side, get that act together, but also on the treatment and reuse side, because there, I think the incentives for the private sector on both the capital subsidies, grants are much less. I can see always the power sector, and I'm amazed at the amount of subsidies that we provided to the solar power, and now solar costs are reduced by half. Why can't we do that for reuse of water, reuse of rainwater? I think that is the way to go, because large number of our private sector enterprises are still dependent on EPC contract. They are still dependent on the government contract. So there will have to be some modalities of providing incentives to the sector to come in, because on the price front, we are not able to do much. So at least on the supplier side, we will supplier credit and suppliers incentives, etc. will have to be done. And once again, I'm quite happy to say that the small towns that we have worked in Maharashtra are quite eager to implement these new technologies. So if there are new technologies that are available, that are safe, affordable, I think it'll pave a long way for the rest of the small towns in the country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Professor Mehta. And if we could now hear from Mr. Mathuria about how the NMCG has been approaching this and what are their experiences been with looking at this whole issue of urban wastewater treatment, recycling, reuse. Over to you, Mr. Mathuria.
Thank you, Mr. Madhavan. It is indeed an opportunity as well as a pleasure for me to be part of this distinguished panel discussing a very, very important and a contemporary subject, wastewater management and enhancing private sector participation in this particular subject area. You see, over last few years, the country has witnessed virtually a change in thought process at the political level. A very comprehensive and gigantic programs were launched by the government, specifically to address the issues of wastewater management in the country, the status of which is certainly not something which can be we can boast of. We know that the status of kind of capacity that is available in the country and the utilization of the capacity that is attached with this is not very healthy. And so the government went ahead with the Namami Gange program, which specifically focuses on Ganga holistically, using basin-centric approach to close into the gap of capacity available to treat the wastewater against what is being generated in most of the towns. And then to top this particular program, we had Amrut 2.0 mission, which is looking at most of our ULBs with a similar objective. So virtually a lot of investment and a lot of focus from the government is happening in this subject. And definitely, we cannot miss the point that the government alone, in fact, Mr. Akash did make a point on that, government alone might not be able to achieve these objectives. These are big objectives, and they need continuous and regular involvement of not only government, but the private sector and citizens alike. If we people recall, in most of the speeches and of the Honorable Prime Minister, he is emphasizing on a kind of Jan Andolan, which virtually focuses on participation of everyone. In fact, every individual has to have its participation attainment in this goal. So now, speaking on Namami Ganga program, which National Mission for Clean Ganga under Ministry of Jal Shakti is steering, we are looking at this geographically gigantic basin as one unit and trying to see the rivers and the water bodies from a single perspective. not only from the considerations of looking at the wastewater, the kind of wastewater that is being generated, whether it is municipalities or industries, but also looking at other aspects of the water. For example, wetlands, for example, river systems, for example, afforestation activities, for example, aquatic biodiversity and the wildlife, and obviously monitoring everything that goes along with it. So it is a comprehensive program, and we are working on this program for last couple of years with a mixed bag of successes. Our endeavor from the day one was to close the gap of the generation of the sewage and the availability of the capacity to treat that sewage. And obviously focusing on the Ganga main towns, we have been able to almost round all the projects on the main stem of the river Ganga, as well as its major tributaries. And I must say that lot is yet to be done in respect of smaller towns where there are different kind of challenges. And we are attempting to take it under phase 2 of this mission, which the government has recently approved. Creating a capacity is one thing, but running that capacity to its optimum, optimum levels is another big challenge. There is a challenge of conveyance of sewage to these treatment plants through either through sewerage network or intersection and diversion arrangements. And then there is also a big challenge, because this is what the learning, this is what has been learned over last number of years since advent of Ganga Action Plan in 1985 and so on and so forth. Managing these assets in an optimal fashion has been a great challenge. And so we brought in a model of governance wherein PPP kind of a hybrid annuity model was introduced for first time in the country, and in respect of the sewerage infrastructure projects. And then we graduated beyond this simple thinking of hybrid annuity based model for implementation of infrastructure projects, and then brought in a concept of one city, one operator, so that there is a one window solution for the entire sewerage or wastewater management problems in cities, so that there is less opportunity for one operator to pass the buck on to others. So in a way, a part of the job of urban local bodies, which was owned up by these concessionaires who were looking at these bigger geographical units, cities or conglomerate of the cities in terms of PPP model. Now, this governance model is running on a long-term basis. It's a 15-year kind of a contract wherein upfront 40% asset investment payment is made to the concessionaire, and rest is annuitized, as well as O&M charges for running these facilities, meeting the performance indicators is also annuitized. And we have been very successful in breaking that threshold. This governance model, this HAM model, has found its endurance in form of acceptance by NITI Aayog, and many of the states are now opting this particular concept of sewerage management. So one issue, creating capacity. Second issue, certain amount of governance model. Third issue is what happens to the ULBs after 15 years. There should be adequate capacity available with these ULBs. So a very loud thinking goes that can these concessionaires be given a part of responsibility of collection of the cess by the ULBs and investing that cess for management of these assets in a truly professional manner? This is a big question, and this is what capacity building of these institutions is being aimed for, and NMCJ is trying with its partner stakeholders to see that this kind of thought process gets into the policy document. Another very important thing happens in terms. We all know we are a monsoonal impacted country. Our water cycle, a great footprints in our water cycle happens due to monsoonal rainfall. And there are vagaries of the monsoon in terms of spatial and temporal variability. So time is a factor. In 12 months in a year, except for those four months, or approximately 120 days, if you deduct those 120 days, rest others are the days in which the rivers and the water bodies are on the receiving side. Less water, but demand almost the same. So the most important thing is now, can we look at increasing efficiency in use of water? A lot of campaigns has gone into that direction. We had that, catch the rain when it falls, where it falls, campaign which was launched by Honorable PM also. We have Jal Shakti Abhiyan, and so on and so forth. But most importantly, in context of wastewater, has been reuse of the wastewater. Now, wastewater has two components, water and solid stream. So reusing this wastewater is very, very important consideration. But as has been pointed out by a few earlier speakers, there is lack of business model how to catalyze this particular concept. There has to be a concept. There has to be concept by design to promote reuse of the wastewater, at least in secondary sectors as well as in process requirements of the industries. Many of the cities are doing it. Chennai has been doing it. Delhi is also doing it. Delhi, in fact, you'll be pleased to know that 92 MGD of the wastewater is being utilized in Delhi. Delhi Jal Board. So 92 MGD is quite a tremendous amount. So, but what I'm trying to say is there has to be an attempt by design. So we were working on a framework, national framework for safe reuse of treated wastewater, and we are almost through with that framework. And very shortly, this framework will be out in the country. And it is equally pleasing to note that most of the states, about 8 of the states, have already had draft reuse policy. Now, this policy dictates not only in terms of timelines how these states will be attempting to reuse the wastewater, but what are the technologies, what are the standards that should be used. This is a very, very tricky subject. This is very touchy subject. What should be standards and what should be the models. In fact, the national policy does speaks about incentivizing the reuse of wastewater, creating certain green corridors where wastewater is available. If wastewater is available, then there is a disincentive on using fresh water by industries in that area. So these kind of measures are part of that policy, and I'm quite hopeful that this policy will provide a national framework for the states also to think on this subject and come out with a pragmatic and implementable environment for this. And this is going to help in a very, very big way. Another important component of the wastewater happens to be solid, which we usually call it as sludge. Sludge, whether you believe me or not, but sludge is one important one issue which is going to worry this country in next, and even the Honorable Prime Minister has flagged that issue also. So managing sludge is equally important. Again, we often confuse by saying the full value of sludge, full value of recovery from the sludge can be attained through business model. Probably a lot of thought, lot of understanding needs to get into it. It might not be if you were to look at the cycle, it might not be a truly revenue surplus kind of stream. There should be a catalyst policy initiatives in the government in a form, for example, compost. We cannot equate compost with NPK fertilizers. Virtually, it is a soil conditioner. It's not something which can act as a substitute to fertilizers. If that differential in the pricing in the market is not available, this venture for promotion of the compost made out of these sludge might not fructify. And then there are equally important issues of creating biochar and biodiesel out of sludge. And there are number of technologies which many of water utility agencies as well as R&D institutions are attempting. And there is a conducive environment for that. So opportunities are huge, and I'm quite hopeful that these, in fact, for the sludge also, the most important issue remains that we don't have classification of the sludge in terms of its standards in the country. I mean, these are the issues which have crippled the direction in which processing of these particular components shall happen. So we have in fact taken up a study with the IIT Roorkee to characterize the sludge in about 20 cities in the existing STPs, and probably will be coming out with the characterization phenomena of these sludges, and that will promote reuse of sludge for manufacture the manure, or for biochar, or biodiesel, and so on and so forth, and even for briquettes for NTPC for these for thermal power plants and things like that. And one important opportunity, in fact, that is for the corporate power utilities. Reuse the treated wastewater by thermal power plants. It is part and policy of National Tariff Policy of 2014 that those thermal power plants which are within the radial distance of 50 kilometers of existing STPs are mandated to reuse the treated wastewater, and the impact on the revenue has to be in the form of pass-through. And we are very, very vigorously working with NTPC, with the Ministry of Power, to ensure that at least a threshold in terms of utilization of water in many of these thermal power plants do happen. And obviously we're hopeful in this particular direction. So these were some of my takes, which offer a lot of opportunities for the private sector to enter this enormous sector of wastewater management and reuse of wastewater, and opportunities are limitless. We have been able to tap hardly a minuscule percentage of the entire problem. The problem remains vast, and a lot of technological investment has to go into it together with the private sector. With this, I'll stop at this stage, and thank you, Mr. Madhavan.
Thank you, Mr. Mathuria. We'll come back to you with some questions. We'll just hear from Dr. Suresh from Mahindra Consulting Engineers now. Dr. Suresh.
Thank you, sir. I'm just sharing a presentation. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, if you could just, yeah, we can see it.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, panelists. Thanks, NMCG. I'm from Mahindra Consulting Engineers. I'm going to present about the opportunities for the private sector. The intervention in wastewater management has many multiplier effects on sustainability goals. Of course, it has a direct impact on clean water consumption, but it has got multiplier effect on sustainable cities, responsible consumption, health, good health of well-being, life below water, life on land, and climate action. So this sector should not be seen on isolated. It's a very important sector. Any intervention in solid waste management, in wastewater management, has multiplier effect on the sustainable development goals. It's a very important input. We need to take it forward. Earlier speakers talked about various regulatory reforms. There is a continued drivers happening on the sector. There are a lot of environment drivers happening in the sector, which makes a proper treatment of wastewater is essential. Again, the environment law very clearly says a precautionary and polluter principles and public trust doctrine, wherein the PPPs should factor all these elements going forward. Integration of technical expertise and sustainable development principles and contractual aspects are very important for a sustainable PPP models in the wastewater sector. Of course, this slide talks about a very different model. We should migrate from a simple wastewater treatment plant facilities to a large-scale, well-structured PPP concessions with stringent KPIs and full cost recovery. Again, we need to migrate from that level to evolve a circular economy principles, which was also talked about earlier speakers, wherein we create opportunities for the private sector for a circular economy. So we move from a linear economy model to a circular economy model. People use terms like closed loop solution, and circular economy. It's a very essential solution. We need to do it. Circular economy is going to be the growing market. So every initiative should also lead to a circular economy. Then involvement of private sector. So the private sector will get two levels involvement. One in the PPP concessions in treating the wastewater. One as an end user of the recycled water, industries and other users and bulk users. So this model, creating this model is essential for sustenance of industrial clusters as well as the industries and urban consultations. We all know the challenges in STPs. These are listed here. But what is important is we need to have an integrated approach to the problem, end-to-end solution rather than compartment approach. So we should stop thinking as a mere technical solution to a larger circular economy solution. There is a need for water for agriculture, industry, and of course human consumption. There is also pollution because of the untreated sewage. So the right opportunity, we have a demand, we have a supply. We should have a seamless integration of demand and supply. This can come only through a circular economy and recycling model. And private sector can play a very significant role in taking this forward. Can I move to the next slide, sir? This is a model. This circular economy model, I'm just taking a Denmark example, where there is a cascading of energy. There is a cascading of waste, byproduct utilization. Waste of one industry becomes the raw material to other industry. This is a very excellent example how the treated wastewater can be replaced by the industries in forward linkage as well as backward linkages. So there is not only a treated wastewater, there is an energy cascading, there is a byproduct cascading. This kind of industrial symbiosis, industrial ecology can be leveraged in Indian context also, especially in the urban cities. And we have started this initiatives in a small way, but there's a huge scope for this. The major issues of PPP of existing are listed here. I don't want to go into item wise, but if you see the last, the private sector imperative is not recognized till date. There's an imbalance on the risk allocation. Lack of proper risk mitigation measures are not there. Risks are heavily loaded on the operator and developer. And very poor initial work feasibility studies are made before the concessions are awarded. These are some of the challenges. The terms are heavily loaded on the operator and no attempt on financial modeling. This was the past story. But NMCG hybrid annuity model has addressed this very effectively. I must congratulate NMCG and the teams working on it. We are also with the NMCG working on many projects. So NMCG hybrid model addresses all these issues in a very effective manner. And we have started getting success in the industry. Otherwise, the industry was not having much success in the private sector. Now with hybrid annuity model, it's proving to be a success model, well accepted model among the industries as well as the private sector investors. I'm just giving you 3 case studies quickly. Mahendra World City is the first corporate SEZ in India. Here, the end users are dedicated end users. So we are creating an industrial city with housing facilities. There's enough scope to use the treated wastewater of a city in an industrial cluster like this. So we can create one of the big market can be an industrial cluster or dedicated industrial zone where we can identify the end users very clearly, and there is a willingness to pay and willingness to charge is there, which is very essential for any sustenance of any PPP. Second is, of course, Varanasi. We are the project advisors for the NMCG for 50 MLD STP at Varanasi, hybrid annuity model. The project is almost ready. Here, the major components include interception, rehabilitation, rising mains, 50 MLD SBR technology. If you see the challenges, the private sector financial strength is very important. So it's essential that good homework we do in selecting a private sector. The lender should also understand the project, better appreciation of project and the entire life cycle, of course, without compromising on the systems and process and their checks and balances. But the lender should also appreciate the challenges involved in these kind of projects. The resource commitment from PPP developer at all stages is important. It is not a one-time effort. The commitment is perpetual. So the resource commitment from the PPP developer should sustain at all stages of the development, be it pre-award stage, post-award stage, development stage, construction stage, commissioning stage, then of course operation stage. Also, this is a very important aspect is the shift in the EPC contractor mindset. So people should say, I should migrate from a mindset of an EPC contractor to a PPP concessionaire. So in solving the bottlenecks. So this is another awareness creation, and we need to context creation is very essential to change the mindset from an EPC contractor mode to a PPP concessionaire mode. Lastly, even there is a change in the administration, the enforceability of obligations, the continued resource commitment and sustained level of importance is essential, so that there is a comfort level that this project will achieve the financial close, and the changes in administration will not affect the project course. So these are some of the challenges which has to be addressed, and NMCG has done a good job. Varanasi project is a classic example how this can be developed. I'm just taking the next project, Mathura. Here the complexities are much more. Of course, the other speakers can also add to it. The complexities are much more in terms of number of interception diversion, number of rehabilitation, then number of interventions required, and then there is a tertiary treatment. RO plant is also involved. The problems are almost same, but other challenges include industrial effluent do mix with domestic sewage. So we need to find a solution. How do we address this? This is another very essential thing which we need to do it. The complexities are much more here as compared to the Varanasi project. So if we see the migration of the HAM journey from a single one sewage treatment plant with minimal associated minor rehabilitation, Varanasi as well, we have gone to a one city sewage treatment plant with sizable repair maintenance equal to a new concession. Then we have a multiple cities under one concession. So this also talked about the earlier speaker. So there is a migration in the HAM model. So the HAM model is also getting a maturity in terms of the implementation. That's a very positive sign. So the way forward learning is we need to see what are the successful models in this country developed, which can be used. Definitely we can take Tirupur model, which of course our group, Mahindra group is operating Tirupur model, and NMCG models could provide a very valuable guidelines in structuring new concessions and also bringing a very important element of circular economy model. Now coming back to the cost. In fact, Mr. Akash talked about it. Treatment technology with low capital and operating costs is very much required because it should be affordable by the public and municipality and of course by the industries. So there are three ways of looking at it. Either it can be a greenfield, or it can be a rehabilitation, or O&M, or a combination of three opportunities. So all these possibilities do exist going forward. So the commercially successful self-sustaining model, the project should start giving a result. That is objective. The end objective is how do we reuse the water and how do you make the sales from the reuse of water sustain the project. That should be the end objective. So we should think of project recourse financing and user charges linked to return on equity. In a way, full cost recovery should happen for these projects. Hybrid annuity model, NMCG initiatives, 40% capital, 60% during operation, O&M cost fully covered. It's a good model, proven model. Stringent KPIs by the operator and aggressive LD regimes. Mitigation of potential revenue realization by technical business and legal risk properly done. Operator should be fully paid for the recovery of the full cost. This is very essential, and good well-developed concessions can help this. In a short run, of course, these are all mega projects. In a short run, the private sector can be used for O&M of small, including improvement of small capacities. The operator is responsible for the billing and collection and metering, and the fee can cover the fixed fee, and if there's a revenue, there can be a revenue sharing formula can be worked out, and the owner should take the commercial and capital risk. The major challenge is the risk modeling. A successful PPP, there is no single formula for this. Every PPP is highly context specific. Risk modeling has to happen. So the success of PPP largely depend upon how we are going to address the risk and how we are going to allocate risk, how we are going to mitigate the risk. So risk modeling, a lot of efforts are required. A good, well-designed PPP should address all the risk aspects properly so that it can be handled. I don't want to get into the micro level of how do we handle each risk, but these are some of the risks like market uncertainties, procedural, construction, political, operational, the owner taking certain responsibility and operator taking responsibility. These things are highly context specific. We need to evolve a very specific solution. Then again, how do you bring a circular economy principles in this, and how do you share the benefits of circular economy? You require a captain industry. You require industries which the raw material or the waste of one zone becomes a raw material to other. How do you bring a synergy? Symbiotic relationship is very essential in taking forward. Lastly, there's a growing circular economy market. We need to, this sector should capitalize that. There is a lot of investments are going to happen in circular economy. Indian wastewater will see a massive investment. There is a good potential for private sector cooperation, leveraging ecology, symbiosis, and circular economy, and the regulatory drivers are in place, like the NTPC, like the thermal power should use the recycle. There we can do a seamless integration of wastewater, urban wastewater, industrial use, and peri-urban agriculture. This is another area which is not talked much. There is growing peri-urban agriculture, livestock and fisheries activities. This can, we need to create awareness among the farmers. We can use this for the peri-urban agriculture, livestock and fisheries. This can help the irrigation infrastructure much easier. Well document success models and start creating success stories. Of course, there are fiscal benefits for the developer. Multi-format recovery model. Developer image and credentials are very important. If foreign firms want to enter this, they need to take a long-term view of the sector, and implementing strategies is very essential. Finally, the rewards can be substantial on a long term. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just now will hear from our last panelist, Mr. Ajit Oak from PrimeMove. So over to you, Ajit.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I would like to share my screen and make the presentation. So just give me a second, possible. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So I'm representing PrimeMove Infrastructure Consultants. We're based in Pune, working in the sector for last 20 plus years. Recently, we have developed some technologies on wastewater and fecal sludge treatment, and these are indigenously developed, and we're trying to sort of implement that and scale up in India in the urban and rural wastewater sector. So I'm sort of representing an upcoming private sector, if you like. And so I would be presenting some work that we've done and also talk about, what we feel in terms of the requirements for enhancing the private sector are. So coming quickly to our technology, what we've done is we've developed 4 products in using vermifiltration or earthworms as the waste treatment solution. We have solutions at different scales. On the left, you see a sewage treatment plant that uses earthworms and culture, bacterial culture, to treat this waste. This is operational for last 4 or 5 years now in Pune, recycling water for gardens. We've got smaller modules for urban apartments and developments and such. And then we also have fecal sludge treatment solutions, which also we are implementing in various states. And lastly, this is the product that we started initially. These are the toilets, we have developed digesters for toilets. So really an in situ solution here. So we have, as I said, different applications for these. We call them tiger biofilters because the earthworms we use are called tiger worms, by the way. And then, so the solutions range from a single household, a rural single household or slums, to a large-scale urban wastewater treatment plant, as well as fecal sludge plant. So what I'm going to do is present a little case study on a fecal sludge treatment plant that we've done. It presents very nicely our role and the role of municipal authority as well, which is implementing that. Importance of fecal sludge treatment and its requirement in the urban sector now, considering large number of unsewered urban areas, is also already been highlighted by Mr. Professor Dinesh Mehta, and thank you for that. And so I think that's also a critical component that needs to be addressed, the whole fecal sludge collection and treatment. If we have to find a smart solution for growing and urbanizing and urbanized areas in India. So this particular plant here, it was implemented about 3 years back. It serves Kalpetta town and interestingly also the rural areas of Wayanad district. I deliberately wanted to highlight this because in order for it to be made viable for the Kalpetta municipality to operate the plant, they have recently increased the scope to cover the entire district, and they have made contracts with local suction truck operators and made them compulsory to bring the waste to this plant and get it treated here. And the technology that we have used is, as I mentioned earlier, it's a nature-based technology. So basically, practically uses zero power and very low operation maintenance. So it's affordable to the organization, which is the Kalpetta Municipal Authority. So they charge us a certain amount. It's about 5,000 rupees per trip, which may look higher for many states, but for Kerala and the area there, this was a sort of reasonable and optimum amount that was arrived at, because people were being charged much more for emptying their septic tanks. Out of that, they pay a part of that to the operator, and the other part is spent on operating the plant itself. So the operation is entirely self-sufficient at the moment, and they're actually looking at now increasing the capacity to 50 KLD so that they can cover larger areas. So that's a very interesting development happening for Kalpetta. And this is how the plant looks like. It's an entirely gravity-based plant, and that does anaerobic treatment as well as some stages of Tiger filtration, which uses earthworms and decomposes this waste. It is operated by one person in one shift, so very efficient. And you can see the output that we get is in the form of water, which is being given to coffee plantation nearby. And then we don't get any sludge, so we actually get vermicompost. So the issue of sludge was also discussed, but with this kind of technology, what you get is vermicompost, which is actually in high demand as a fertilizer or a soil conditioner. So it is being run by the Kalpetta municipal authorities, and they are, as I said earlier, looking to expand the facilities. So coming back to being sort of a growing and small private sector player in this field. So right now, how we see is that we have a certain successful track record of doing business right from off-grid households to larger scale fecal sludge as well as urban wastewater plants. We see there are significant opportunities right now. There is a growing demand for wastewater and fecal sludge treatments at all levels. We see a very favorable policy environment. We see Government of India programs like Swachh Bharat Mission 1 and 2, which are encouraging these. So basically, we feel that scaling up is really possible at this stage. But there are, of course, key inputs and support and policy interventions which may be required. I mean, this has been again discussed by speakers before me. The sector is almost 100% through government funded programs at this stage. Of course, there are PPP models coming up. There are PPP models being tried for larger scale sewage treatment plants in urban areas. But what we have to probably see and find solutions to is this huge, smaller towns and upcoming urbanizing villages and towns and peri-urban areas where the demands or the requirements are really, really great. And I think engaging the private sector, not just on a large scale with larger corporates coming up into the sector, also trying to encourage and see how the private sector at that level is engaged, and they find the right interest and economic incentives to be part of this sector. there's a large need to look at scale for in situ treatment, or let's say close to the generation of waste treatment. So we need to find technical solutions or document the technological solutions available, and make the local expertise or technology providers to come up and find the solutions at that level. So basically, I think the effort needs to go in identifying and supporting private sector players that operate at that small and medium scale, which can also bring in a lot of innovation into the system. So and this innovation is basically would be linked with, as I said, in situ treatment, which is very critical if we want to cover and if we want to really provide a solution across the country. Then we need innovations in business models related to collection, as well as business models and technological solutions with respect to treatment of the wastewater, as well as fecal sludge treatment. So trying to find solutions for wastewater, for example, at a decentralized level in urban areas, or trying to link up fecal sludge treatment collection as well as treatment for small towns as well as large and growing towns would be a smart and quick solution to encourage private sector at that level, as well as to provide the treatment and collection necessary. So we also need to find and encourage affordable technologies for fecal sludge and decentralized. So I mean, I am of the opinion that the existing technologies which are normally deployed for large scale urban areas or large scale plants are not very economically favorable or even easy to run and afford by small municipalities or growing urban areas. We need to find solutions, encourage private sector to pitch in and document these solutions and try them out at scale, so that we can find really solutions that can be operated and run at that ground level. This would require fund-based as well as other ease of business support. I think it's not just making funds available to the private sector, but also the whole chain or whole competitive environment that is there, and make them easier to pitch in with the new solution, make more level playing field for small and innovative players to come into the sector would be important. And I think again, I will close with this saying that this waste to resource approach, circular economy principles, everybody has mentioned that, and if you can really find solutions like what we have tried to do, where you actually have outputs coming out which are financially good for operating the plants in terms of compost generated or treated water quality, and trying to integrate into the whole waste management, the principles of circular economy. This would help private sector to participate more, and I think it will also bring out more solutions which are more robust, sustainable, and not probably thought of so far. So yeah, thanks. That was my 2 cents.
Thanks, Ajit. I'd like to start off by sort of posing some questions to each of the panelists, and I want to start with Mr. Akash. So there's 2 questions for you. One is that in this whole challenge that you presented about finding takers for treated sewage water, I was surprised by the fact that Chennai is also constrained by having limited access to fresh water to begin with. Isn't there a potential for this treated water to be used for recharge of the aquifers or to get water back into your wetlands? Wouldn't that reduce the burden of your actually treating saline water? So your cost of water, provision of fresh water could potentially go down in the long run. So isn't that a possible solution, was one question. And the second was that I was struck by the fact that when you were talking about challenges, capital was never mentioned as one of the constraints. And I was just curious about it, that what has changed in our policy landscape today that capital doesn't seem to be a constraint for large municipalities.
I'll just briefly touch upon both your questions. Regarding the first question, I think I've tried to address during my initial presentation. That is definitely a part of our thinking, to use the tertiary treated water and recharge it into aquifers. We already have a 10 million liters per day TTUF plant, which is which is in the final stages in Nesapakam. So that is definitely in our thought process, and we are also going to come up with another 260 MLD of which is tertiary treated secondary treated sewage after being put through an ultrafiltration membrane, will be used to recharge our lakes directly, and that water will be mixed with the natural water, because there's a lot of natural water in the lakes, and that after following a conventional treatment will be should be ideally supplied to the public. And as I was mentioning earlier, this higher the rate of recycling, it is equivalent of multiplying the sources, because you cannot drastically increase the capacity of the reservoirs, because Chennai definitely has limited access to fresh water, because Chennai is fully dependent on rainfall, and we have only two narrow, very short regions space in which we get rains. And that too, as one of the speaker was mentioning, there is no spatial and temporal consistency when it comes to rainfall. We can't be assured of rainwater. So definitely this is a part of our thinking pattern, but there is a major challenge. There is a challenge in the mindset of the people. So as I was mentioning, this tertiary treated sewage water has a purity level which is higher than the mineral water, aquafina or distillery mineral water that you get, that you pay your lot of money and drink. But still, when it comes to the people, they think it as a wastewater. They think they just the image of where it comes from is very clear in their mind. So some kind of an education and some kind of an awareness building and community engagement needs to be taken. It needs to take place at a much higher rate, in which we are working on. So this is your first question. Regarding the second question, yes, when it comes to all these projects, capital is indeed a major challenge. But why I didn't mention it explicitly is that if you look at all our projects, whether it is like, we are currently coming up with a 400 million liters per day desalination project, it's worth 6,000 crores. But because it is Chennai and we do have a lot of potential for revenue collection, we are able to raise capital either from international organizations such as the World Bank or the JICA or the Asian Development Bank, or some, Tamil Nadu being one of the most economically stronger states, bigger states. The state government has been able to support us with capital. But as if you look at the organization per se, definitely, compared to our current levels of revenue collection, raising capital is actually a challenge. But because of these sources and government support, we have been able to sail through. But as one of the other speakers also mentioned, there is a lot of lack of metering in Indian cities. So Chennai is also beset by that fact. But in future, we are going for this DMA concept, district metering area concept, with almost 100% metering. And we are estimating that once we are able to do a volumetric tariff for the water we sell, whatever be the capital expenses for this desalination plant or the tertiary treatment of sewage water, all of this will make financial sense. All of this will be financially viable once you start volumetric capturing of water tariffs. So that is my response to both.
Thank you. Over to you, Professor Mehta. So one of the questions that I had for you, Professor Mehta, is that scheduled desludging is not popular. Now, what are the policy changes that are required to be taken by municipalities to encourage and incentivize scheduled desludging? And two, you've also worked on looking at taxes to be able to pay for some of these services. And so what are some quick learnings from these?
Yeah, an interesting question, because it was really a challenge for us to, first of all, even explain what scheduled desludging is, because many city authorities, service providers think regular emptying is scheduled, but the schedule is really once in 3 years at a given point of time, etc. So it took a lot of, I think the challenges are that we first of all need an inventory of the total number of septic tanks, an estimate of the size, etc. So thankfully, in the two cities, given that we had a grant from the Gates Foundation, we were able to do all the surveys, and so the preparatory work is very important. But once the preparatory work was done. And linking to your second question, we convinced the local governments that these are people should not be paying 1,500 and 2,000 that they are currently paying for their distress desludging, but it should become a part of the municipal service. And we gave that example of, big cities. In Chennai, I'm sure people who are connected to sewerage don't pay extra because they are, throwing every day 80% of the water that they are using as a waste so why should the poor towns or the smaller towns that have no sewerage, why should residents pay extra, whereas all of us living in the big cities pay nothing except for some part of a tax? So we convinced the local authorities that this should become part of a municipal service. So in both the cities, they added this as luckily in Maharashtra, there is a provision in the municipal act called sanitation tax. So we just added this as a percentage of the property tax, and then convinced the politicians, local councillors were first to accept this and say, oh, this is like garbage collection. Every day we collect garbage from households. So now we will collect the septage from the household once in 3 years. So household will not pay anything. And they convinced the residents of 99% acceptance of scheduled desludging. And I think that is the way to go, that you cannot force people to pay this high amount. It should become part of a municipal service. And while I have the floor, Mr. Chairman, just a comment on Mr. Akash, and I think he should look at the non-celebrated case of Windhoek in Namibia, which does exactly what they are trying to do. And Windhoek is recirculating almost 50% of its treated water back in the system. He says people don't know that it is a treated wastewater. It just because they put it back in the system and it is treated and supplied. And as he was saying that it is again 99, I mean, the purity levels are higher than the bottled water. So I think Windhoek, it may be good to look at Windhoek example also. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Professor Mehta. Yeah. Just to go to Mr. Mathuria. Mr. Mathuria, you talked about conveyance systems as part of the larger sort of presentation that you made. I think you talked about conveyance systems, and when Mr. Akash was talking earlier, he talked about the impact of climate change and climate in particular. My question to you was that if you were to look at a large number of the existing sewer networks and conveyance systems that exist in our urban areas, which are already built up, these were designed for a different time and a different volume of rainfall. And one of the things that we are seeing is that with changes, adverse weather events as a consequence of climate change, you're finding tremendous fluctuations in the quantum of rainfall, fewer number of rainy, wet days. So how does one start to even plan for this, in the larger context of where you're putting in place new infrastructure? Is now the vision to build very differently? Is the planning or the basis for it very different from what it was 30 years ago?
The basis of planning of these conveyance systems, when we say conveyance system, we largely mean sewerage systems, underground sewerage systems. But other than underground sewerage system, there is also a new kind of advent wherein you tap the drains and carry the tapped water to some centralized location or decentralized location through some kind of a mains, gravity mains or something. So there is no change in the conceptual planning of the sewerage network. And certainly the constraints of having a robust sewerage network has nothing to do with climate change. And it does have nothing to do with extreme climate events. In fact, heavy rainfall is a boon for a sewerage network in a sense that do flush out these mains and then they can be diverted to the rivers. Problem is that all those sewerage assets that we have created, sewerage networks we have created, there is lack of O&M maintenance. I remember we have a principal committee of NGT, of which I am convener, and is chaired by Secretary Ministry of Jal Shakti. and with participation from all Yamuna states, upper Yamuna states, which involve UP, Uttarakhand, Delhi, and so on and so forth. So we were told by Delhi government that they propose to come out with a master plan for the sewerage network for Delhi. In fact, in Delhi, most of the area is sewered, and about 1,700 colonies are unsewered, for which they have done quite a lot. So they wish to come out with a master plan for sewer network, because few of the drains which are carrying the sewage, they aren't supposed to carry that sewage, because their catchment area is fully sewered. They should theoretically be carrying only the storm water, fresh water or raw water. But what happens is, due to poor management of sewage network, those networks get clogged, and then those networks are punctured, and through that puncture, the flow gets into the drain, and so on and so forth. So there is no inbuilt O&M kind of procedures. I am a very strong advocate that every 4 years or 5 years, there should be a diagnostics of the sewage network. There are variety of techniques available. We do have in all our textbooks. There should be 4 or 5 years interval, with a periodicity. There should be a diagnostics, and that will lead to a lot of savings. This is one issue. Our own experience in Namami Gange and MCG has been pretty bad when it comes to sewerage networks. We started with earlier, there was National Ganga Rejuvenation Basin Authority. We started with sewerage network for Prayagraj, for Patna, and for a few smaller cities, Kannauj, and so on and so forth. But completing a project with the sewerage network is a very, very difficult task. It takes a hell lot of time, number one. Number two, after the sewerage network is laid, you find one fine morning that there are no house service connections. A network without any high service connections is a simple waste of time. And when you do that after an interval of 4 or 5 years, you find that the entire alignment is bad. So in fact, what I'm trying to say is that, so fully realizing that this is a very tricky subject, we went ahead with trapping the risk. Our focus was on rivers. We wanted to see that rivers are maintained, rivers are clean, rivers doesn't become a dumping point so far as municipal industrial effluents are concerned. So we thought we'll tap the drains, major drains which are outfalling to Ganga and its tributaries, and bring the water into STP. So that is a short kind of intervention that brings results very closely, in a short period, and then it provides an opportunity under various other, MAHUA schemes, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, to lay the sewer network and close the entire, the system in the town. So that is my short answer to the specific query that you have raised.
Thank you. So I think, unfortunately, in the interest of time, I can't possibly pose questions to Dr. Suresh or to Mr. Ajit Oak. We've had a fairly comprehensive panel discussion, and we've heard from Chennai, where we talked about source security, efficiency of the system, looking at a closed loop or a circular economy. We had Dr. Mehta talk about the particular challenges of small towns. We heard from Mr. Ajit Oak, who talked about the importance of looking at decentralized in situ treatment, and in some sense the challenges that small entrepreneurs like Prime Move face, which Dr. Mehta also alluded to. And then we heard from Mr. Mathuria, who talked about particularly the hybrid annuity model and how that's a potential game changer in the way contracts for service provision are created and given. And proof of the pudding was in Dr. Suresh's presentation, where he talked about how important hybrid annuity has been for them to start to look at and look at contracts in the future. One issue that we've not had time to discuss, which remains unsaid, is this whole question of pricing, as well as metering. Mr. Akash touched about the importance of metering. Professor Mehta did it as well. But very clearly, the issue of pricing continues to sort of remain a small elephant in the room, as it were. And hopefully, at some point of time, we will manage to find the time to take that up in a future panel discussion. So I wish to thank Mr. Akash from Chennai, Mr. Mathuria from the National Mission for Clean Ganga, Professor Mehta from CEPT University, Dr. Suresh from Mahindra Consulting, and Ajit from Prime Move. Thanks, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all.
Thank you, Mr. Madhavan, for chairing this session. And thank you all these speakers. Thank you so much. We'll now begin our next session at 2 o'clock. Please be present. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good afternoon to all of you. We'll now begin with our plenary session 6 on harnessing the power of multi-stakeholder approach to watershed management. The session will deliberate on the challenges and the opportunities, as well as present case studies of organizations implementing watershed management. It will also serve as sensitization of corporates on how they can engage in watershed management. We have with us Dr. Himanshu Kulkarni, who is the member of FICCI Water Awards jury and Executive Director, Advanced Center for Water Resource Development and Management, to chair this session. We have with us other speakers, Dr. M.V. Venkatesh, Commissioner, Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, Dr. Yashpal Bisht, Executive Director, Himothan Tata Trusts, Ms. Preeti Kumar, Senior Agriculture Specialist, World Bank, Mr. Sandeep Jadhav, Director, Watershed Organization Trust, Dr. Sangeeta Ladha, Business Director, Rivulis Irrigation India Private Limited, and Ms. Shubha Ramachandran, Water Team Lead, Biome Environmental Trust. Over to you, Dr. Kulkarni.
Thank you, Kirtika, and good afternoon to everyone. Very good afternoon to all our panelists first, and good afternoon to the audience. I am actually quite privileged to chair this interesting session on harnessing the power of multi-stakeholder approaches to watershed management. And I really don't want to steal the limelight from our esteemed panelists and guests, but let me set a few things in context. So let me take a couple of minutes to set forth this conversation, so to set this conversation in motion. So let me start by saying that it wouldn't be wrong on my part to state how conservation efforts actually unite stakeholders who otherwise are usually poised to take positions in this emerging arena of competition and conflict in the water sector today. I think the deepening of this conflicting arena is very much upon us due to the increasing water scarcity that we feel, problems of contamination, and issues that actually impact on lives and livelihoods in myriad ways. I believe, therefore, that it has now become necessary to reiterate and redefine the mantra of watershed management, especially for the present and the future. And I say this in all honesty because during the last 6 months or so, I have actually been touring many, many parts of India. And I have actually come across how skewed the watershed management efforts have become today from where it started even 30, 40 years ago in places like Maharashtra. And I can see, for example, that now the implementation on the ground focuses a lot on drainage line treatment, the building of large check dams, the re-engineering of stream and river channels, and even drilling sort of boreholes for conservation in stream channels. And what this has all meant for me, and this is very important, is a shift away from the concept of integrated watershed management that includes a balance between appropriate restoration and conservation of the catchment, including area treatment, soil conservation measures, biomass conservation, and drainage line treatments. Also, the integration of stakeholder participation, community participation in the whole program. And therefore, I would sort of want to look at a watershed program that integrates the principles of watershed management, both on the praxis side, on the policy side, and see how watershed management doesn't remain a supply augmentation mechanism, but also links to the demand management of water. Now, I think the expert panel today has in different ways attempted to address the current challenges that I have listed out. And I take great pleasure in inviting each one of them to begin by making certain opening remarks regarding their own experiences in meeting these and other challenges, and in some ways setting the tone for how watershed management should become more inclusive, should become more effective in the times to come. So I'm actually now going to invite each one of the panelists, and maybe before I do that, I'll set out a protocol for each one of you. If you can keep your opening comments to about 5 to 6 minutes each, I'm hoping to run a tight ship here. So I'll give you a time stop warning at about 4 minutes, and 6 minutes, I would urge you to finish in 6 minutes. I'm sure you won't need that much. If you could focus on some suggestions on strengthening the watershed management approach in the context of industry initiatives, I think that would be most welcome. Then we'll take it as it goes. If we get questions, then we'll have a question answer session. But let's begin with the opening comments. So without more ado, let me invite Dr. M.V. Venkatesh, Commissioner, Watershed Management, Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka. Over to you, Dr. Venkatesh.
Participate in this very meaningful conference. So myself, Dr. Venkatesh, presently working as Commissioner for Watershed and ex officio Secretary to Government of Karnataka. Next slide. So our Honorable Prime Minister, ex-Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee has said, the country is facing a severe water problem, not because it did not have adequate source of water or because it received less rainfall, but because of lack of proper water harvesting. Lord Indra has been very kind to us. The problem lies in our inability to conserve all the rainwater. So in fact, each and every citizen of India should become more literate about the water, and he should focus more on water conservation, and water conservation should go along with soil conservation also. In fact, Watershed Department focuses on both soil and water conservation activities. So what exactly is meant by a watershed? So
Dr. Venkatesh, your slides are not moving.
Yeah. Now?
No, not yet. We can only see the first slide and the ribbon.
Our mate. Now?
Yeah, okay, but keep moving the slides. This is now, okay. It's actually on what is watershed. That is the slide it's showing actually.
Okay. So what exactly is meant by watershed? A watershed is a hydrogeological unit wherein whatever rain that falls flows through different streams and comes out through a common outlet. The concept of watershed not only includes soil and water conservation, but it also encompasses the development of human beings, plant resources, animal resources, and using all these resources in a proper way. The main aim of our watershed development is to conserve soil and water as well as the nutrients, to increase the organic carbon and soil fertility. So this is the most important component of our watershed development, because 1% soil organic carbon, it increases the soil fertility and also enhances the soil holding capacity of the water. In fact, we know that farmer is at the mercy of monsoon as well as the market. 60% of our cultivated area is rain-fed, and it is affected through continuous droughts we have seen in the recent decades. The vast stretch of rain-fed area is affected by severe loss due to erosion, salinity, low recharge leading to depletion of water resources, deforestation, denudation, and diminishing biomass. So watershed development wants to reverse all these things through a very comprehensive, integrated, and holistic approach, which is called scientific development of watershed in both land-based as well as non-land-based areas also. So one of the important component of watershed is multi-stakeholder involvement. The involvement of different stakeholders like community, NGOs, and other organizations, and involving farmers from different sectors like agriculture, horticulture, forestry, animal husbandry, fisheries, and involvement of community-based organizations in implementing it. And main focus is on giving gender equality so that both men and women, they participate, they gain from watershed development. And of late, we are focusing on strengthening the farmer producer organizations, because most of the farmers in these rainfed areas, they are small and marginal farmers. So we need to group them together so that they come as an organization, do business, and improve their overall livelihood status. So this is the organizational structure that is there at the state level, at the district level, and at the Gram Panchayat level. So one of the most important component is the constitution of the watershed committees at the Gram Panchayat level. This is headed by Gram Panchayat Adhyaksha, and other members include self-help groups, user groups, and other farmers also. So social mobilization is an important component of our watershed development, wherein people will be given awareness about their involvement in watershed and what is the support they are going to get from watershed activities. So in fact, different activities like Gram Sabha, Jatas, and net planning and participatory plan preparation.
Dr. Venkatesh, your slides are not moving at all.
Now?
No, we are still able to see only your what is watershed slide.
Here it's moving.
No, we can't see it. I think there's some problem with the screen sharing.
Just a minute. Now can you see?
No, it still is on the what is watershed slide. Does Kirtika have the presentation?
No, if they can share right away, I will share it. Meanwhile, they can just continue with their words.
I think you can just keep speaking, sir, because we have a time constraint. Yeah. We have a time constraint. So another 5 minutes.
The robust component of this watershed development is participatory plan preparation, where the Gram Sabha is being involved in the entire DPR preparation as well as net planning also. And in fact, to have midterm corrections, we have an agency to monitor it from the beginning to the end. And monitoring and evaluation is also an important component of the watershed development. The important salient features of best practices that Karnataka is adopting is use of science in watershed development. In fact, many people, they may not be aware of LRI. Land resource inventory is being used in development of watershed in Karnataka. So what exactly is LRI? One should know. It is the scientific study of soil and related issues at the ground level. The soils are digged up to 1 meter, and the physical parameters as well as the chemical parameters of the soils are assessed very comprehensively, and the suitability of crop, the watershed interventions that are required, the nutrient management, the requirement of fertilizers that has to be added in a proportionate way will be given. And in fact, so far about 6 lakh LRI cards have been generated, covering 14 lakh hectare, and have been given to the farmers. This LRI card consists of the name of the farmer, the survey number details, the most suitable crop that is required, that can be adopted for this crop, the moderate crops, and the crops that are not suitable will also be mentioned, and the interventions that the farmer has to adopt, they also be covered in this LRI card. And another important component is the sustenance of these water harvesting structures through watershed development fund. In fact, the structures will be created. Many people, they want to create structures across different streams, but the post structure sustenance is a big challenge. In fact, the World Bank has also raised this issue. In Karnataka, we have a dedicated watershed development fund, which is collected from the user groups. And through this fund, the sustainability of the structures is maintained. In fact, we have created about 1,57,000.
Dr. Venkatesh.
Yes.
Dr. Venkatesh. So another 2 minutes, please, sir.
Yes, yes. We have created several structures, and these structures are functioning well also. So another important best component is convergence with the different programs like MGNRGA, PMKSY, other interventions, per drop, more drop. In fact, conserve each and every drop of water, and we are using micro irrigation like drip and sprinklers to the user groups so that each and every drop of water is being used. So another important feature of watershed component is strengthening small and marginal farmers by creating farmer producer organizations. So far, we have created about 1,029 farmer producer organizations to enhance their capacity to do business and to break the vicious cycle of wherein the farmer purchases in retail sector and sells in the wholesale sector. So we want to make sure that farmer purchases things in wholesale sector and sells in retail sector. So these are the different watershed activities that have been taken up in the upper reach, middle reach, and lower reach. Like in upper reach, robust check and boulders check. In the middle reach, we will be constructing check dams and farm ponds. In the lower reach, go-cuttes and tanks will be constructed. So these are the different watershed activities. In fact, all these activities have been implemented through multi-stakeholder involvement, involving the local user groups, farmers, landless people, and through guidance of our local universities and scientists. In fact, Karnataka has emerged as a pioneer in watershed development. And in fact, the monitoring evaluation studies have shown a very meaningful and a positive impact of watershed development at the ground level. So I would like to end this by quoting a statement. If people work together with a full strength, then they can make impossible possible. When people will join hands, water will be conserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. Thank you so much. I think that was, except for a little hiccup with your slides, we were actually able to see your slides. Scroll through. I'll come back to you with a few key questions during the next round. Let me invite next Dr. Yashpal Bist, who is the Executive Director of Himothan Tata Trust, and he'll be referring to their work on spring-shed management. Yashpal, all over to you.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. Himothan is an associate organization of Tata Trust and has been working on water and livelihood activities for 2 decades in central and western Himalayan region. In Ladakh region now, we are focusing on creating artificial glacier-based water system in Uttarakhand and Himachal. Earlier, we started work with watershed, say of 500 hectare, but gradually we reduce the size and we come to spring side management. As you know, in rural areas, more than 90% people, they are dependent on natural springs for their water needs, and due to many factors, the discharge from these springs are depleting day by day. So we focus on spring set management through identifying recharge zone of a spring, and then treatment of that recharge zone with community participation. But in Himalayan region, it is very difficult. I want to bring your notice that the land use pattern in Himalayan region, particularly in Uttarakhand, where more than 70% of the area is under forest, and that is further divided in reserve forest, Ban Panchayat, and Civil Swayam forest. Reserve forest is entirely owned by the forest department. There is only 30% land that is under private land. So the major bottleneck in management of water set or a spring set is treatment of in reserve forest, because most of recharge zone is in forest. So it is very important to mobilize all stakeholders working in water side or spring side, and most importantly, forest department in case of central and western Himalaya. So in Uttarakhand, we tried to mobilize all stakeholders, and we created a spring set management consortium in 2018, headed by the PCC of Uttarakhand, and there are 18 members from line departments, NGOs, and technical experts, and so far more than 100 springs identified, their treatment plan prepared, and these springs treated. And in coming years, the forest department and this consortium is planning to identify all springs in the forest area and gradually treat those springs. Another major stakeholder is the local community. In rural areas, the users who use water resources, they are very crucial. And traditionally, in Uttarakhand and Himalayan region, we have a great long history of traditional water management system, but that is now somehow diffused, and we are entirely dependent on the government and other agencies work on the water conservation part. So there is a need to organize all users into committees and further train them and involving from the planning to implementation to protection and management of water set and spring set. And also there is need of hand holding and regular training to train at least one person in a village as a para geohydrologist who can manage the spring and take data on a regular basis to know the health of that spring or the water set. And one more thing I want to highlight, that one of major issues with the management of water set and spring set is the post-implementation protection and maintenance. So we have tried in one of our location as a innovation to link our spring set by creating water museum in a village and train local villagers to tell their work to the tourists and especially people from the cities, how the water recharge in a spring and what are the rock size. Yes, sir.
2 more minutes.
Just I'm closing within 1 minute. So that they can understand, because our younger generation, they are totally disconnect with our nature system. So अभी तो सभी को ये लगता है कि पानी कहाँ से आ रहा है, तो our generation को इतना ही पता है कि पानी जो है टैप स्टैंड से आ रहा है. So we want to connect those people with our springs, our nature, and we are very hopeful if we all stakeholders come together, work together. So one day our springs, our streams, and our rivers, that will be revived, rejuvenate. Thank you, sir. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yashpal. We'll now next move on to Ms. Preeti Kumar, who's the Senior Agricultural Specialist at the World Bank. And we'd like to hear from Preeti about rejuvenating watershed for agriculture resilience. I mean, this is the work that she does.
Thanks,
so over to you, Preeti.
Yeah, thanks, Himanshu. I was wondering, Kirtika, will you put up the presentation or should I attempt to share it myself?
I'll do it.
Okay. So let me start. Good afternoon to everybody, to the chair and to all the panelists and the participants. Thank you for inviting me. I think both the previous presenters have made my job a bit easier. I will try from the World Bank side to provide or offer a different perspective to watershed management, and that it is now time, as everybody thinks, that one of the ways to transform the sector could be to now move towards performance-based approaches. That's one perspective I want to elaborate upon. And the second is the need to now leverage the role of the private sector within the watershed space. Next, please. So this is our support now to the Government of India, particularly, and also to the governments of Karnataka and Odisha, learning from about 20 years of experience of support to the governments that the World Bank has been providing. This is just very background information to say that while rain-fed areas are degrading, they're economically important. And everybody knows the 60% of India's value of agriculture comes from these areas that are fast degrading, where soil is almost dying. So the watershed management program of Government of India provides a very constructive framework through which some of this can be rejuvenated. Next, please. Needless to say, India's watershed program is perhaps one of the largest programs in the world. It has evolved over 50 years. And as all of you will know, it started from very focused engineering approaches. It has grown in various phases. And now the focus is on farmer incomes, more convergent scientific planning. Dr. Venkatesh spoke to some of these elements more clearly. And now the recent program is the mega PMKSY, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, of which the watershed development component is $1 billion+ program for the next 5 years. This is the program that the World Bank works with and the state portions of these programs. Next, please. I think it's important to also realize that we're at a crossroads. Government of India is giving a strategic thrust to the watershed program, including the state governments. This 5-year program, now there are new revised guidelines that have come out in 2021 that have got cabinet clearance. India recently in COP14 also embraced the land degradation neutrality initiative. Quite important because it speaks to the policy impetus that government is providing to address land degradation. About 26 million hectares have been pledged to be rejuvenated by 2030. And this gives more and more importance to a program that actually is very important to India, but many believe that the visibility, the importance in true terms hasn't quite come. But there are new triggers, for example, around doubling farmer incomes, looking at climate resilience, scientific planning, better convergence, improving the unit cost norms, which is very important, away from a measly 12,000 to 15,000 per hectare to 25 to 28,000 per hectare. All of those are very important changes that Government of India has brought about, including a renewed focus on the WDF, which one of my speakers spoke about as well. So I think I just wanted to emphasize that the Government of India as a program is one of the best, the largest programs, notwithstanding certain improvements that are required, but the direction is right. Next, please. Challenges and gaps. And of course, I don't want to, just a few things here, which is right now it takes about 2 to 3 years to make a watershed plan for a micro watershed, and another few years to implement it. So the time taken for project planning completion is too much. Are farmers in watershed areas getting good incomes? Is there enough impetus on incomes versus just soil water conservation measures? Those gaps need to be filled up. Somebody talked about post-project sustainability and O&M, super critical for our watershed programs because these assets are created and there isn't quite an O&M strategic policy in states or a interest, to look at that. And also on the policy side, there are quite a few gaps. I won't go through all of these, but for example, watershed plans are made separately, but the policy plans say around, let's say MG and Rega assets do not look at watershed plans. Let's say policy plans around land and land use for common land management, say for grazing for livestock, don't quite look at watershed plans. So that's what I mean by there's an asymmetry between watersheds and policy sheds. Also fertilizer reforms, which is a big thing right now in India, right? Imbalanced use of fertilizers, too much subsidy on urea, farmers not even considering micronutrients. It's only in watershed geographies when you look at soil more intricately and start developing data, like Dr. Venkatesh said, when you have soil fertility maps, you can advise farmers on more balanced use of fertilizers. So that demand and supply of fertilizers through better information can inform fertilizer reforms in India. And then of course, there's groundwater, which is very important. Is watershed management really alleviating groundwater problem? We haven't come across even one impact evaluation in India around that yet, of a type, that can stand the scrutiny of good work. So similarly, payment for environmental services is not something that is talked about much in India, where you create an incentive structure so that whether it's watersheds or airsheds, incentives help farmers upstream and downstream to start taking care of watersheds. So there's a lot of stuff that can be done. Next, please. I won't go on lessons here. We did a quick scan of lessons from other countries. There's some good stuff coming out, whether it's from African countries, China, whether it's from Brazil. I'll just kind of skip this slide, but and leave this presentation with you all in case you'll want to look at it. Learnings from the Karnataka experience. This in one slide encapsulates what Dr. Venkatesh mentioned. Over 10 years plus, Karnataka government has demonstrated a very transformative approach to watershed planning development management, using a consortium of about 14 partners, all indigenous to India, to their state agricultural universities, the Indian Institute of Science, hydrology universities, remote sensing, and so forth. They've implemented what they call an LRI approach. What that does is brings fine data at cadastral level to build soil fertility, watershed plans, water balance, water budgeting, and so forth, crop suitability plans. And then you can use that together, and they have a digital portal, decision support systems, and so forth. A lot of that data can also be used by their institutions to reach out through agro advisories to farmers. So this is all in the realm of precision agriculture that the government's now using. But India has to learn from this experience. Next, please. Okay, so what is the World Bank doing? We are moving Government of India's program to a more results-based watershed program, basically incorporating lessons, bringing science, building capacities, not just looking at productivity, but also bringing value chain investments within watersheds, farmer incomes, private sector, PPP approaches, because it's not about just soil and water, but bringing improvements to the lives and livelihoods of farmers. And that's where I think investments in the industry approach comes in. Next, please. So here I want to show you that our approach is moving away from just activities to results, just investments, just money, to say set up assets, to incentivizing the government. It's a complete mindset change that the World Bank is trying to support Government of India with. Don't use World Bank systems, but saying that India has, and state governments have fantastic financial management, and their own country systems rely on that. So next, please. It's an incentive and a results-based support. We are trying to strengthen capacities of national state institutions, the science-based watershed development, looking at resilience and overall moisture outcomes. It's also value chains, which isn't mentioned here. But the two results areas for everybody to see in watershed areas is important to strengthen institutions and the overall policy, important to bring science and data into watershed planning, and to improve livelihoods. Okay, so next, these are two results areas just to keep in mind. This is in one slide. What is it the World Bank is doing? We're working in 2 states, it says 3 states, but in about 400 or 500 watersheds in Karnataka and Odisha, getting better science-based planning and implementation through LRI. Karnataka will be the lighthouse state that will show the approaches to other states as well. WDCs and Gram Panchayats are going to demonstrate more effective O&M. and there will be improved value chain development. Overall, as you can see in the bigger rectangle, LRI and hydrology will be very important. It's not just Transact Walks and NGOs doing this through qualitative methods, but bringing data and hydrology and water balance studies would be important. And science-based crop advisories. More mainstreaming at the outer side, as you can see, developing digital platforms, M&E gets strengthened, and supportive policies start getting developed. At the overall level, at the level of the Department of Land Resources, as you can see, policy, knowledge engagement. India is doing so well, but why is it that other countries don't quite know what India is doing? It's only when the government of India reaches out with the best practices, and that's what we are trying to do, that our good practices from India need to go out. India should become a lighthouse to other countries. And also state-to-state peer learning has to improve. And that's where Karnataka is going to develop a center of excellence that will be supporting nationwide capacity building. So as you can see, the lower portion blue is what the two states, the first mover two states will do. We hope what two states will do will scale up to other states of India. And the Department of Land Resources at the center is more for knowledge and policy and supporting the center of excellence. Next, please.
Preeti, one more minute, if you.
Yeah, so we are moving to disbursement-linked indicators, which means that World Bank disburses money only when results are achieved by the state government, and those are verified. Next, please. I'll just give you an idea of the kind of indicators. Like the National Center of Excellence is a disbursement-linked indicator. It has to be established and functional. About 2 lakh hectares of land will now come under science-based watershed development. And there are a few other indicators like soil moisture will go up, or farmers start adopting more resilient technologies and practices. Next, please. And these are, just to give you an idea, like strengthening the O&M policy in the state level is an important area as well. Strengthening the Gram Panchayats would be important. Next, please. So let's keep moving ahead. I want to come to the next slide, please. Kirtika. Okay, so overall institutional reforms are right from the Gram Panchayat level, strengthening them, O&M, line departments, creating multi-stakeholder platforms. The science-based institutions, as I mentioned, are important. And finally, the private sector becomes important because in those areas, finally, farmers are just doing agriculture in more rejuvenated land. So that's where governments can get into MOUs with the private sector for forward and backward linkages and value addition. Next, please. This is where the watershed sector starts thinking of moving towards more market-based approaches right along the value chain, where partnerships come in for different kinds of linkages. The partners, private sector works across the entire value chain. Technology and digital technology becomes important. And India has close to about 500-600 agtech companies that can work in the value chain. We're talking about private sector role in seeds, inputs, livestock feed, and so forth, and buyback arrangements through PPP approaches. So this is where I think in the watershed sector, while resource conservation is emphasized, if we start emphasizing value chain development, farmer incomes, and bridging that gap, there's a very important space for the private sector to come in. So with this, I will stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you so much. Okay, next we have Mr. Sandeep Zadhav, who's the Director, Watershed Organization Trust. Sandeep, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Himanshu, and thanks, Vicky, for giving us an opportunity to present what we are thinking currently on the watershed lines. And also thank you for this award that we have got yesterday. So when we talk of a watershed management program, as earlier speakers have also mentioned, it has gone into a transition from last 30-40 years, starting from meagerly soil and water conservation to now we are really talking about basically ecosystems-based adaptation, So people, the farmer, are basically facing lots of problems, but the major causes of the poverty that they are facing is due to the climate change that is surrounding them in terms of variations that are happening in rainfall, the duration of the dry spells, the temperature and other things, And apart from that, there's an ecosystem degradation, surrounding soil degradation issue, land degradation issue. There's an issue of biodiversity degradation that is happening around the periphery of these communities. That is actually also the poverty also comes because of over dependence on agriculture. Like somebody mentioned, 60% of the area is rain fed, and then there are a lot many equal number of people depending on the rain fed areas. The productivity is going down because of soil depletion, because of water depletion, and groundwater depletion. And agriculture productivity is finally coming down. So it is actually affecting the incomes of the farmers. And nowadays, everybody is talking for the farmers' income. And when we talk of watershed, the journey that has we have passed through, we started at WOTR. We started with Indo-German watershed development program in 1992, starting from Maharashtra, and then it went down to Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh after some years with Navar as well as government of Germany. We focused on basically participatory aspect of it, and then also some principles like reached value. What is happening currently, like already our Himanshu has already mentioned about focusing only on the drainage line part, affecting the river ecosystem. That is what is now the interventions are focused on. Actually, in 90s, many of the NGOs like us were advocating that we should not focus on drainage line early, which was part of most of the programs before that. But we have completed the cycle and coming down to the same focus of drainage line focus. I think we need to revive, and the corporates have a bigger role to play because their investments are going into basically drainage lines. And when we think of watershed development, which is an integrated approach, a comprehensive approach, which includes all the natural resources that starts from forest and grasslands and livestock and human being and many other aspects of the life surrounding the human species in the villages. And we should start from the top. We should start treating the degraded lands which are on the top portion of the hills, which are on the middle portion of the hills, and then come down to the drainage line part. Secondly, when we talk of any watershed program, management program, we can't forget the people in the center, the participatory aspect of it. Unless people own it up as an ecosystem, not only for the income purpose, but as an ecosystem, and to address the climate variations that they are facing. So our, agriculture promotion should be climate resilient or climate smart agriculture promotion. So whatever we are promoting should have the aspect of addressing the climate variations that they are facing. And as Commissioner Saab has already mentioned about the market that plays a bigger role in the income part of the farmers, and FPO plays a bigger role in that. So we should also, the end line of this whole watershed management system nowadays is talking about farmer producer companies, organizations, and they taking care of the market part of the whole productivity system, production system. I'll come down to this, the new idea that we are floating around is basically ecosystems-based adaptation. And there are basically, we're talking about 3 pillars for the EBA approach. And already somebody has mentioned about ecosystem services. And how do we focus on the biodiversity, maintaining biodiversity, restoring it, and improving, if possible, in the ecosystem's health. Then second pillar is basically adaptive capacities. So how do we reduce the social and environmental vulnerabilities of the communities and generate the societal co-benefits for all stakeholders that are involved in. So it's very important that we build on the capacities of the community to adapt to this changing climate and changing situations around the world. And lastly, which is, but not the least, is very important, is participatory governance. So how do we support equitable governance? Like the differential benefits that people get will not sustain the watersheds or ecosystem-based adaptation unless there's a equitable distribution of benefits and opportunities to get the benefits equitably. And how do we enhance the capacities of the community to undertake the ecosystems-based adaptation, which is very important. Lastly, one point that I want to bring out is about the stakeholder. When we are talking of basically sustainable watershed management program, which includes water budgeting, groundwater management, it includes climate resilient agriculture, livestock management, ecosystem-based management. We talk of marketing, and it cannot be done by one stakeholder. It has to be a multi-stakeholder, as this session also is named as. So role of government is very critical. They bring in a lot of enabling framework, governance systems, and convergence of various schemes. And especially in terms of risk to value principle, you need to get into the forest department shoes and understand their concerns and help them to achieve the probably LDN targets. NGOs probably can play a facilitating role in bringing all these players together and also bringing community on board so that their understanding is matching with what we are talking in terms of EVA. And the philanthropy, basically CSR and other philanthropies can bring in the contribution. But apart from that, what the capacities that corporate players have got is basically the frameworks that they bring in, the M&E framework or the efficiency, effectivity frameworks that they can bring in. So I think we need to come together on these. And then though there are challenges of inclusiveness and equitable distribution of benefits, but we still need to work on all those challenges together. So finally, what happens with all this is basically the benefits in terms of groundwater augmentation through irrigated areas, enhancing irrigated areas. Also land use pattern, land use pattern that suits the ecosystems in the locality. Crop and water productivity should increase, and the livestock, especially the milk production, and then the small livestock like goats and sheep, we also should consider them as a part of the livelihoods and also part of the ecosystems. Though sometimes we think the free grazing affects ecosystems badly, but they are part of the system. And how do we manage their resource? These resources is very important. And most of all these areas where watersheds are being treated, basically in the drought-prone semi-arid areas, we need to look at the migration pattern. And most of the people are under the distress migration because of the productivity issues. So how do we focus on the reduction of the migration? And of course, income I already talked about. I think this is all I can put in, Himanshuji, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. That was very crisp, to the point, and to time. Thank you again.
Yeah.
We next have Dr. Sangeeta Ladda, Business Director, Rivulus Irrigation India Private Limited. Over to you, Dr. Sangeeta.
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu. I'm glad to be a part of this esteemed panel, especially when I'm representing an Israeli multinational dealing in the business of micro irrigation. And by default, we are into a business of sustainability. And in a way, I can say, like when you talk about watershed, it is more to do with soil conservation, water conservation, and unthinkable without this particular technology. So can you see my presentation, sir?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. I'm representing Israeli company, Rivulus Irrigation, which is present in 120 countries. And in India, we are based in Baroda. We are working across the country. This is a group which has grown with the merger of several major brands like Eurotrip. It was earlier called as Plastro. It is a 50 to 60-year-old company. And we have a comprehensive range of products and services in the area of micro irrigation. Now, from the watershed point of view, the most important is like when we talk about doubling of farmers' income, conservation of water and soil, or climate resilient agriculture, precision farming, or smart farming. The solution lies in the technology, and the technology which I will strongly propagate is micro irrigation, because climate crisis, when you say the climate crisis is nothing but a water crisis, the World Bank has also mentioned that whenever you talk about climate, it's nothing to do with climate, it's more to do with water, because climate is actually affecting our hydrological cycles. The warmer places are becoming much more warmer. The rains, the precipitation is very high, and therefore leading to a great amount of runoff. And water scarcity is exacerbated, and water is continuously indexed as one of the topmost risks by World Economic Forum as well. So with the changing food habits, climate change, with increasing population, with reduction in the land, reduction in the arable lands, we are very well aware that water is a major issue. And especially with respect to the India, only 3% of fresh water is available with us. And out of that 3%, most of it is locked in ice, in salt water, hardly 3% of fresh water. And with such a meager amount of fresh water available, how are we spending it? 90% of it goes into agriculture. If you see, India is a green, the freshwater withdrawal is basically for agriculture. So whereas our peers, most of the other countries, the water usage in agriculture is hardly 60 to 70%, but we are a country consuming almost 90% of the water available for fresh water available in agriculture, hardly leaving 10% for industrial, domestic, and other microwave. And on the other hand, we are also a very highly water stressed country. And 5 years down the line, between 2025 to 2050, we are arriving at a situation wherein the demand shall surpass the availability, and we are facing a water apocalypse. So water is scarce, water is new oil, water is constant, depleting, aquifers are shrinking, and population is increasing. This is one scenario, but the paradox is the rainfall pattern, the precipitation is not so less, like 110 years of average of rainfall. If you see across the country, 75% of India receives annual precipitation of 890 to 900 mm, which is not so bigger. Then where are we? Why are we so water stressed? And why are the groundwater tables going down? Aquifers are shrinking. The reason is not because of non-availability of water, but because of the management of water. And we need to shift our approach. With the Green Revolution, we have always been talking about farm production or the growth in farm sector by kilograms per hectare by yield. But now we need to shift our approach from kilograms per hectare to kilograms per cubic meter of water, and thereby go ahead with precision farming. Not only that, but from precision farming to the smart farming techniques. So irrigate only the root zone with the precision farming techniques. So Government of India's Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana has got a subcomponent as per drop more crop, which in a layman's language actually defines water productivity. Per drop is the input, more crop is the output. So input versus output, the efficiency, and it actually defines water use efficiency. So talking about the various technologies, this is very well aware, very well established. Last 40, 50 years, the technology is there in the country about drip irrigation, mini sprinkler, and it is known that with drip irrigation, you're able to save 90 to 95% of the water. And 50% of the water in agriculture is consumed by 4 major crops, which is rice, cotton, sugarcane, and wheat. And on the other hand, we have a very large cultivation of sugarcane. We have got a very large cultivation of rice. But the irony is, still in India, though 69 million hectares of irrigated land is available, hardly 10 to 15 million hectares is under macro irrigation. So there is still a lot of work to be done. It is well proven that with the same amount of water, if you put it with the flood irrigation, the same amount of water when you put it through drip irrigation, you get 200 times higher yields. And despite that also, with the same amount of water, and in an over a period of time, with drip has been tried, not only for cotton and sugarcane, even for oilseeds, even for rice today, drip irrigation can be used. Even rice can be grown without standing water. So 60% higher yield, 53% less water even with cotton. Overall, take any crops, it has been proven that using less water, less energy, food security, water security, energy security, doubling of farmers' income, everything has been achieved. Not only that, water is central in achieving all the 17 sustainable development goals, because the United Nations have come out with these 17 SDGs, and increasing water use efficiency in agriculture is one of the most important thing, which goal number 6 on sustainable development goal talks about water and sanitation. And when you talk precisely on 6.4 and 5, it is nothing but integrated water resource management and increasing water use efficiency, which we are able to do it by adoption of micro irrigation. But are we using this technology intelligently? Because a farmer has got a tendency that if electricity is available for 8 hours, even with drip irrigation, a farmer keeps the pump on for 8 hours, leading it to a flood irrigation. So the solution is, we now need to handhold a farmer from precision farming to smart farming, like giving him a technology wherein he avoids over irrigation and neither it is under stress. So when to irrigate and how much to irrigate is something which a farmer needs to understand. And remote sensing based water management is a step towards a smart farming, which we are offering, wherein it is completely sensor free, completely site specific. Farmer gets information of what weather, and based on the crop, what is the water requirement and when he should irrigate, how much he should irrigate. So this is something, one of the software company which we had acquired, which measures what crop water demand through the satellites, and a farmer gets exact information based on his own particular site. It's a very customized data for a particular farm, and a very hyperlocal weather data. So with this particular technology, farmer is able to monitor vegetation. The farmer is able to understand whether the water is been given accurately or not, maintaining the field capacity. And a farmer can control remotely through his own cell phone a pump on his farm. So a real dynamic smart farming can happen with this particular technology. So this is how a farmer gets a message on his screen about how much has been how has been the irrigation done, whether it is uniform or not. All this is meant for increasing the water use efficiency. So overall, the take is like if, what in a watershed, a lot of water conservation activities are done, a lot of farm ponds are done. Can we think of every farm pond to be dovetailed with micro irrigation? Can we have a farm pond? Can we have a solar pump installed on it and dovetailed with micro irrigation? So it is definitely possible to have a farming without any perennial source of water, without any perennial source of electricity, having rainwater harvested in a farm pond, having a solar pump on the farm, and then dovetailed with micro irrigation. Of farming could be enabled on all the rain-fed areas as well. So the future is increasing the not only the shift in our approach, not only increasing the water use efficiency, but hand-holding the farmer towards smart farming technologies also. So that is also I wanted to tell for today, and rest I'll talk in the second round. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Next, let me invite the Shubha Ramchandran, who's the water team lead at Biome Environmental Trust. Shubha, over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Himanshu. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is true. Thanks.
Okay, great. Yeah. Thanks to FICCI. Thanks to all the earlier panelists. And thanks, Himanshu. It indeed is a privilege to be here. My presentation is based on our work experience, having worked on watershed management, but in an urban area, very specifically Bangalore. So I'll briefly dwell upon two project areas that we worked upon and what our key learnings were. So if you look at any city, has this slide moved?
Yes, Shubha, it has.
Yes. Yeah. So broadly, as you see on the top left, there is a watershed which is in the southeast of Bangalore. There are 8 micro watersheds there. It's on 33 square kilometers. Bellandur, the lake that many of you might have heard about, the lake that foamed and caught fire, is very close to this watershed. So here we worked with various stakeholders, has been listed. There were civil society organizations, educational institutions. Like you can imagine, in any city, there are various types of water service providers. And I'll speak further about the kind of work that was done there. Working with government bodies. So you have to look at stormwater drains, the quality of water that flows in the stormwater drains. How do you use that? How do you prevent flooding? Corporate CSR, in this case, which not only funded it, but also allowed for employee engagement. The watershed that is below is Devanahalli, that's in the north of Bangalore. Both of these are reasonably water-stressed areas in the city where there is no piped municipal water supply and there is complete dependence on groundwater. Groundwater is available in borewells at 1,000, 1,500, up to 2,000 feet deep borewells are being dug. So I thought I'll share a few, not going into each of the stakeholders, but a few key instances and on which a few key learnings are then derived. So that's the context. The process as we defined for watershed management, especially given that it is urban and data monitoring or collection in any form is almost impossible unless you're working with the citizens or the borewell diggers or the hydrogeologists themselves, because there are numerous borewells in Bangalore. As of last count, there are supposed to be around 4.5 lakh borewells, but we are quite sure that that's a big underestimate given the spread of the city itself. So the plan was that people come together, share information on their borewells, their engagement with groundwater. This information, which is shared as stories or as data, is then shared with experts or knowledge partners who are able to make sense out of it. It's put out on a virtual platform, and the understanding of the aquifer that happens based on this data and stories collected is taken back to the citizens on the platform. Earlier, we thought of it as a virtual platform, but there is a need to engage with all stakeholders on as many different platforms as possible. So there has to be conversations, communications, and different kinds of events where this information is shared on a peer-to-peer basis, as well as from the experts to the people who are actually working with groundwater. The starting step in our case was even just telling people about the lakes. So when we speak of groundwater and understand the relationship between our surface water bodies, our rivers, our lakes, and groundwater. So this is a painting that was just done on a wall for people in this watershed who are not aware of the 11 lakes that are actually present there. So a large part of groundwater was to do with the surface water management as well. Another key stakeholder, and we shall speak further about it, was as we worked in the area, while everybody was digging borewells that went deeper and deeper, what we realized that there were places where the aquifer, there were shallow aquifers or perched aquifers that are available in certain places. And the recharge, the strategy that was adopted for groundwater recharge was one of recharge wells. Here you see a group of well diggers who have been digging wells for recharge as well as cleaning up old withdrawal wells, and who then have an understanding of the soil, the rocks in different parts of the city of Bangalore, who understand water quality, the kind of extraction patterns that exist from open wells. This was an attempt where we brought together all the well diggers and gave them a map of Bangalore and had them point out places where they struck water, where they could speak to us about water quality. And they are an important key stakeholder in this watershed management program in the city itself. All of this drawing from our learnings from the 33 square kilometer upper Ponnayar watershed, as well as in the Devanahalli area, as well as the work of Biome over many years around rainwater harvesting and groundwater recharge. We have launched now what is called a Million Wells campaign for Bangalore. So this, and again, this, it may appear to you that it looks at groundwater from a source management perspective, but the idea is that we are driving demand management, looking at wastewater, looking at our lakes and rivers, and bringing all stakeholders together to see how groundwater can be better managed. But a very an idea that sells very easily or has found great adoption within the city is this Million Wells campaign. Here you see a map where some of the wells have been mapped, but we are trying to gather more resources to put all of Bangalore's wells on a map. We estimate that there are about 150,000 recharge come open wells already in the city. How are these wells? So just to introduce to you about the recharge wells, why is it a structure appropriate for a city? Because it takes very little space, up to 2.5 feet in diameter, 2.5 to you can go up to 6 or 10 feet in diameter. So in small spaces that are available in the city, we are able to go down to a depth of about 20 feet and redirect rainwater into these recharge wells from where it recharges the aquifers. And this is built with the help of the local Mannuvadar Bovi community, the well digging community. A lot of open wells, old open wells in public places, parks, sometimes in layouts in societies, inside institutions are being cleaned up and being used for recharge as well. And more people are now coming forward to tell the stories of these open wells. Like I mentioned earlier, it is important that the information be gathered in a place and then circulated to a large audience. So we've set up this website, which is called bengaluru.urbanwaters.in, which tells people not only about the campaign, but case studies of people who are managing best practices, the regulations around rainwater harvesting. And there is a whole lot of information like posters, which schools can easily download and use, guides and primers that help you understand water better. Having been through this entire exercise, some of our observations really, and that's what I'd like to share, is that not only in Bangalore, but in most of our cities, we see that the shallow aquifer is largely forgotten. And people have not only closed their open wells, but have closed their minds to the presence of open wells or of a shallow aquifer. So there needs to be a reimagination around that. In cities, there is a lot of seepage, and as you build your first basement, second basement, third basement, there is seepage in the basement, which is also groundwater. There are parts of the, as you excavate, you're taking away large parts of the aquifer, pumping out the aquifer, and some of these activities don't even go reported. To get people to come together to understand that groundwater recharge is really for community benefit and everybody needs to do it, takes a lot of time and effort. But an easy selling point is you see that wherever groundwater recharge is undertaken, urban flooding is largely mitigated. So that becomes a very unique and good selling point to get people to also invest in groundwater recharge. In our case, we have seen that these well diggers who are also dependent on well digging for livelihood are great salesmen and sales. We're trying to see if there can be saleswomen as well, but who can champion the cause of the shallow aquifer and the open wells. A lot of these wells, we are now building it in stormwater drains because large parts of city runoff actually flows in the stormwater drain, but ensuring water quality and then hence managing our drainage systems properly and our stormwater runoff becomes critical. There is a need for more and more people to come together, share stories across all stakeholders, may it be a fisherman in the city, a farmer, or a corporate office. We are getting all kinds of stakeholders to share their stories. Along with stories, we have to partner with academic institutions who are able to put in due diligence and academic diligence to measure and monitor what's happening to the watershed as a result of all of these activities that are being undertaken. And of course, like was mentioned earlier, it's not only about groundwater or the watershed, but what really happens to wastewater in the city. And there too, there are good examples that are coming up where the city of Bangalore is now treating its wastewater and pumping it to fill lakes in drought-prone areas, and their groundwater table improvements are being observed. And what does it mean to water demand management? How are people in the city really using water? Are there opportunities to conserve water? And how do you get those messages across? Our lakes are getting filled with sewage or not getting filled with rainwater at all. A lot of the rivers, unknown to many, close to Bangalore, there are the Nandi Hills, and 6 rivers actually originate from there. 3 rivers flow through the city or from the peripheries of the city. So how do you make sure that the citizens and corporates and all stakeholders come together to manage that water better? So those have been our observations and challenges and learnings, all of that combined. And there you see the biome team, a lot of the well diggers inside one of the wells that was recently rejuvenated at Lal Bagh, one of the central parks in Bangalore. More information on what we do about this multi-stakeholder approach is available on bengaluru.urbanwaters.in. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubha. Thank you so much. So without more ado, I have one question each for each of the panelists. I have actually curated these questions from your articulation, and I'll sort of pose these questions one by one. In the interest of time, and because we have the concluding session immediately after this, I would urge you to keep your response to 2 minutes, please. Very, very short response. So let me begin with Sandeep. Sandeep, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. So we would certainly like to understand a little more in terms of what needs to be done in the programmatic mode of watershed management vis-a-vis equity and equitability. So equity, I don't use this word equity from the context of social sciences, but equity in terms of investment and equitability in terms of what you articulated in terms of equality, fairness, and justice in terms of how watershed management unfolds as a program. So any quick thoughts on equity and equitability?
So first of all, watershed management is a land-based program. So inevitably it is unequal, in terms of investment that is going into on the land. Bigger farmers get more investments as compared to the small and marginal farmers. So that is inevitable. Only thing is how do we make sure that the benefits harvested by these small marginal farmers have the better opportunity to get the benefits of groundwater access, probably access to surface water storages, access to groundwater. These are the things. And then what we do normally, when we prepare a village, create a village institutions, we try to give equitable representation as per the number of their numbers. For example, if small and marginal farmers or poor and very poor people are about 50-60%, that their representation in the institutions would be 50-60%, invariably. So the decisions that are made by a program like watershed management program, the decisions would be in favor of the poor and in favor of the small and marginal, and not only pushing everything into the ground or into the drainage lines and into the areas where big farmers would probably benefit. And unfortunately, in the village context, most of these decision makers are big farmers and landlords, and they have a power and money to press the decisions. So we try to bring that aspect of equality in terms of their representation in the institutions who decide on behalf of a program. I think that is what I can think of immediately.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandeep. That was again very crisp. We'll come back to you later if we have time. My second question is for Shubha. Shubha, you actually talked of, a very different example of contextualizing watershed management in the urban scenario in India. And in more ways than one, you describe how you go about doing that. Now, how important is this contextualization, and how much do you have to deviate from the mainstream concept of watershed management, especially when you work in urban India? Again, with specific reference to stakeholder information, knowledge, all of these aspects.
Sure, yeah. So I think I'll take two examples maybe. So in a city, starting from our boundaries, because when watershed itself is a new term when you take it to a larger audience, or the citizens of a city, because what they are familiar with is the boundary of their say society or their gated community, or maybe even their ward. But beyond that, to think of themselves as watersheds, to see why the lakes are in certain places. So a lot of that is quite alien. And so it starts with that at a first level, where we have to tell people about the presence of the watersheds. And then the next step, of course, which is the trickier part, about what does it really mean to them in terms of groundwater water management itself. So I would say that's a part which is quite different from what you would do in traditional water management, where you have to tell people about this. The other is the kind of the disparity that you see in terms of activities that are happening in a city. And so the stakeholders, which is not very unlike a village, but it's just in a much more concentrated area. You can imagine the density with which people are living close to each other, are extracting groundwater, at the same time are rejuvenating lakes. There are tanker operators who are pumping and supplying water. There are STPs that are working or not working, discharging water. So the complexity of actors and the frequency with which it happens, it's all, even if you were to take measurements, for instance, where you do a borewell pump test, there are so many other activities that are happening around and at close proximity that you don't know about or that you can't control. All of that makes it that much more complex. So that's really from the point of view of the people who are trying to drive the watershed management or the participatory aquifer mapping exercise. So I see these as two large differences. And then of course you have to contextualize it also in terms of the area that you're working in, what really applies, what is the state of water supply over there. And so that's something that has to be taken into account. Yeah.
Thank you, Shubha. My next question is for Preeti. Preeti, actually you brought out a very interesting nexus in some ways between data, information, science, livelihoods, markets. And if, for example, you were to take these things together as an integral set of elements that define the watershed management program going into the future, where do you really see the key role of the corporate sector in this entire nexus? Where, for example, if I were to simplify my question, which are the areas in which they should really invest, where investment and external inputs from the corporate sector are extremely necessary?
So let me start by giving a few tangible examples where the private sector has come in, the space in which we are working, and maybe we can take the question from there. Not that easy. I mean, I have to confess that in the watershed sector, the role of the corporate sector is still something that is evolving. The templates, the methodology, the spaces, it's not that obvious because we're talking about rain-fed areas, more impoverished areas. So the viability is not so well defined. But two examples that are important for the irrigation command areas, where in Maharashtra, ITC and Tata Trust have come into irrigation command areas at fairly large scale to do two things. One is water user groups, strengthening those guys through their CSR type of initiatives, TA support. Second is to bring about productivity gains and water user efficiency through more kind of, as the colleague mentioned from Rivulis, on kind of more drip irrigation type of approaches. So that is happening. And then in Karnataka, there has been a very fantabulous kind of model called the DMAC model, drip to market, where Netafim and Jain Irrigation have come in through the Ramthal type of very famous large mega project, where getting water from a dam through a pressurized canal system, it's getting, providing irrigation facilities, but not the flood irrigation type of approaches, more on the sort of conserving water. There's water use efficiency. And that's, I believe, turning out to be one of the kind examples for India. And now the private sector is coming into those irrigated areas where they're trying to bring drip irrigation and trying to link farmers to markets through PPP approaches. And that's where government of Karnataka, through its PPP sort of instruments or the facilities that they have, say they have a public-private partnership for integrated horticulture development. They're trying to see how partners can come in. Of course, these private sectors have to look at the viability, because you need large enough clusters. You need the clusters to have enough economies of scale, production, marketable surplus, and all that. But I would think in Karnataka, it is still workable than in some of the smaller states like Odisha or Jharkhand. So those to me are command irrigated examples where the private sector has come in. How do we replicate or extrapolate these experiences within the watershed sector is something now the World Bank's looking at. Again, FPOs is a very important thing. Looking at the public-private facilities will be important. So essentially, like I said, the backward-forward linkages, getting the private sector in some sense to become the karta dhartas of certain clusters of farmers within watershed areas, where science and good watershed planning is happening. There is productivity enhancement happening. The farmers are getting good decision-making tools to make better decisions. There's soil fertility rejuvenation. And then you get the private sector in to create that linkages within those clusters to link them up. And states like Karnataka have the electronic trading platform. They're pioneers in that. So you can, I think the other space where the private sector can come in is the digital agriculture space. And the AgTech space is very important, whether it's streamlining the business orientation of the farmer producer organizations, bringing more precision agriculture. We talked about, remote sensing. So this whole irrigation business where you have remote sensors, and it's the remote data that's telling you when to irrigate, when to not irrigate, advisories on weather-based advisories. I think the whole AgTech space needs to open up. States are also developing climate hydrology soil databases. That's a mine of information and data which can potentially be monetized and used by both the public-private sector to, rejuvenate the whole agriculture space. So I think two areas, corporate sector, one is within the ag water space and the linkages with markets. And the second I would think is the agricultural technology space. And both these are not completely de-linked. It's kind of all comes together. Over. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Preeti. Next, let me go to Sangeeta, Dr. Sangeeta. I mean, you actually alluded to the metrics around crop per drop. How many quintals or tons per cubic meter of water. But don't you think we need something more to really measure the efficiencies in terms of land, water, agriculture systems? Because for me, any measure such as the crop per drop is actually nothing but a productivity measure. And I think efficiency is one level up. So how do we begin to reimagine efficiency in terms of the expansion of water application in agriculture? And of course, the wonderfully articulated presentation you made about technology and the forward linkages.
Himanshu, when you talk about efficiency, like say, for example, like I mentioned about cotton, say cotton requires 85 lakh hectares with flood and 40 lakh hectares with drip. Now, which means 53% less water and 60% higher yields. So it is not only about talking about water use efficiency, but it is also, the resource use efficiency. With the same amount of water, when you're going to have double the area under irrigation, or you can have one more additional crop. So it is in a way talking not just about water, but it is actually talking about efficient agriculture in overall by intervention of this technology. But further to that, I have got some more points to be said out here that, in India, we say that sugarcane is a water guzzler. We all talk about sugarcane a lot, but there are no notifications for sugarcane. Like you mentioned, you gave a question to Preeti right now about a private sector intervention in such management of water or watershed management. Now, sugar is essentially linked with sugar factories. It is actually a supply chain management which is already in place, but none of the sugar factories have been given any notifications that at least 10% of your catchment area needs to be bought under micro irrigation. So I think there are cases wherein the supply chain is already there, but the missing gap is there, and a sugar factory definitely can bring in technology, can take it forward by having its catchment area, a part of its catchment area bought under micro irrigation. One thing is that, further to that, I'll add, beyond your question, I want to add two more things. A policy coherence is required. Like on one hand, we said no borewells to be dug, but on the other hand, electricity is free to the farmers. So the farmers are allowed to 8 hours of electricity is available and free of cost. So that means you are giving them a tool to withdraw water. At the same time, when you say like, har khet ko pani under per drop more crop scheme, har khet ko pani means like what Preeti mentioned, the modernization of canal command areas. From canal, you're giving water outlet to every farmer. Now, only if you give a water outlet, and if it is not dovetailed with micro irrigation, again, you're giving water to a farmer to be freely used. So these are some of the things which I think we need to control. And also your grey water for greening the deserts. Like under the LDN, 26 million hectares of arid land is to be bought under, it's arid land, it's a desert land, which greening is required. So can we think of using this grey water for greening the deserts? Because a wastewater, which we calculated, like almost wastewater from a lakh of people can irrigate 200 hectares of land. So water stewardship program needs to be in place, which Shubha also mentioned about urban water. So what happens to this urban water? We need to have one more additional component of this wastewater, making it greening the cities as well.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Let me then come to Dr. Venkatesh. Dr. Venkatesh, are you there? You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So just a quick question, and if you could just quickly tell us about, you actually talked of the link to markets as a part of the Karnataka initiative. And you also talked about soil moisture and the sort of forward linkage to managing demand. So how are you integrating the management of demand on one side and the link to markets from a system which manages its demand to make watershed management more effective? How do you then link it to the markets?
That is a very good question. In fact, in all the watershed areas, we have formed these farmer producer organizations. So most of the farmers in these areas are small and marginal farmers. In fact, as I told you, they purchase everything in the retail sector and sells their product in the wholesale sector. So what we are doing is, so we are linking the farmer produce directly with the Wareka, like hotels, restaurants, cafeteria, and some of the big buyers are there. So there is a program called Public-Private Partnership for Integrated Agriculture Development, wherein some of the big buyers, they are coming and they are procuring directly from the farmer at the farmer field. So this is helping farmer in different ways, like the middleman charges, the additional fees he has to pay to the middleman, and the transportation charges, commission charges the farmer is getting. And second thing is, in fact, the buyers are training the farmers for grading their products. For example, this drumstick, mango, even rice also, ragi also. So if the farmer grades his own product, he is going to get 10 to 20% additional income. And of late, we have started linking farmers with Flipkart and Amazon also, where farmers can display his products and consumers are purchasing directly from the farmer. And we have linked almost about 130 FPOs to RIMS. RIMS is a Rashtriya e-marketing services. So here, farmers are, they have got direct access to about 40,000 buyers. So far in the last 6 months, there's a turnover of about 3 crores. And also national e-marketing services, NAM also we are linking the farmers. And some of the FPOs, they are in fact exporting their products. I should happily share, there is a FPO in Tumkur district, Turvekere, where they exported about 100 tons of copra to Hong Kong also. So in this way, they are giving a direct market linkage to the farmer, either through export or through direct company contact or through campaigning. For example, in Mandia, next to the highway, every Saturday, Sunday, farmer sells his own products. Some of the organic products have been sold, like cold pressed groundnut oil, ghee, millets, ragi, and each farmer makes about 50 to 1 lakh rupees in just 2 days. So these are the different ways wherein from the rainfed areas, the FPOs, they are doing direct market also. The next question.
No, I mean, that was a basic question. So I'll come back. I don't think we are going to have time. I still have to give a chance to my friend, Dr. Yashpal. So thank you so much, sir, for the time.
Thank you.
Dr. Yashpal, my last question is to you. I think we have a hard stop at 3:30. So, one of the things which you mentioned towards the end of your articulation was the role of the para-hydrogeologist in taking forward the concept of swing shed management. And it sort of links back to capacity building, the committee role in institutions and governance. So can you quickly tell us what is the role of a para-hydrogeologist and how do you sort of bring about a para-hydrogeologist in your program?
Yeah, sir, if you look honestly, over the years, there is a huge gap between the rural communities and the so-called expert like me and others. So we can not go in a village or in a particular implementation site on day-to-day basis. So it would be good, sir, if we enhance the capacities of local people who are staying in villages. They are with the community. They can motivate much better than us to the local community. If we train them as a para-geohydrologist, sir, we have a multiple benefits. Like, sir, say, from this watershed and springshed, if we talk about one water concept, so how much is a water requirement in a village, and how much water is actually required for drinking? Because I have seen in most of villages, the chlorinated water is also used for kitchen gardening and washing clothes. So there is no use of such things. So if you have a trained para-tech in villages, so such time of things we can do also on regular basis. And one more thing, sir, this is very sad. Actually, up to the implementation of program, whether it is watershed, springshed, there is no issue. All are expert. But the major problem comes, one, the project withdraws and no one in the villages to take care of the interventions created in that areas. Suppose if we have treated a spring, so we should have some sort of arrangement that we can get regular data from that villages, how much water flow increases or whether water flow is decreasing, and such type of things. So that's why we need such type of village cadre in most of the areas. And another thing is how to generate revenue for these para tax. So we have to think that in many ways. So
Thank you,
sir.
Yashpal. Thank you so much. Anyway, let me thank all the panelists because I have a dead stop. I've been told that we need to stop. So thank you once again. I'm not going to take your individual names. I'll just use up that 1 minute of my gratitude expression to sort of just list out 5 points, which have been a lesson for me, very, very generic points with regard to watershed management and the role of corporate sector. So I think one of the first things that I understood is water is not just about the sourcing of water. Interventions are not just about the sourcing of water. Second, I think we need to understand water as a resource, whether it's through the concepts or the sort of units of watersheds, aquifers, or even river basins. Third, quantification on various fronts is important, both in planning and in implementation, and also possibly in impact assessment. I also felt that the overall pitch from all the panelists was also about bringing in the concept of water as a system, particularly in the context of climate, ecosystem-based adaptation that some of you talked about. And last but not least, that we must, of course, be very careful about using the word model, because India's socio-ecological diversity is so great that implementing the concept of watershed management or even the concept of water use efficiency must be taken, must be thought out through a somewhat customized site-specific applicability point of view. So with that, I'll end my 5 minutes. I think I cut it quite short, but thank you once again, and over to you, Kirtika.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni, for chairing this session. My heartiest thanks to all the speakers. It was really an interesting session. Thank you all. We will now move to our last session of day 2 of 7th India Industry Water Conclave. We'll start in another 5 minutes. Kindly be present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rita Roy Chaudhary, Assistant Secretary General, FICCI, and it's my pleasure to invite you back into the final closing session of this two-day India Industry Water Conclave and FICCI Water Awards. It has been indeed a very, very stimulating discussion these 2 days, starting with how the minister exhorted everyone around the transformation that the water sector could create in terms of people's awareness and people's participation and the innovative solutions, as well as the prospects for industry and business to engage more deeply in the water sector. And through the 2 days sessions, we have seen that there have been numerous examples of how business and industry is engaging on the water agenda. Excellent examples of how corporates are engaging in water stewardship, going beyond the fence in various initiatives, including watershed development, and the way that private sector, the business side of the water sector is engaging both with municipal governments and state governments in bringing innovative solutions to wastewater recycling and wastewater treatment and the circularity of water. So it's been a very, very stimulating discussion, and all the examples show that there is a great potential for private sector engagement, for collaborations, and the way that we are seeing not just government and industry collaborate, but also industry, NGOs, and civil society come together to support the larger cause of water. The final session today is focused on driving water to the top of the climate change agenda. As we know, with the COP26 in Glasgow in 2021, water was brought to the high table in the climate action agenda. And it was the very first time that in a conference of parties of the UNFCCC, that water was showcased in a big way. There was a water pavilion at COP26 in Glasgow, where 36 organizations came together to collaborate on water and to really give this important message about the intrinsic role and the interconnectedness of water in the climate change agenda. So we have the privilege of the presence of Director General FICCI with us today, Mr. Arun Chawla, Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, the Chair of the FICCI Water Mission and past President FICCI, and we will also have the keynote address from Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer, whom everyone knows as someone who spearheaded the Swachh Bharat mission in India as the former Secretary of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India, and who is now the CEO of the 2030 Water Resources Group of the World Bank's Global Water Practice in Washington, DC. So with that, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Arun Chawla, Director General FICCI, to make his opening remarks.
Thank you, Rita. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the closing session of the 7th edition of the India Industry Water Conclave and the 9th edition of the FICCI Water Awards. The Conclave and Water Awards symbolizes the growing recognition of water in the corporate agenda. And I'm extremely grateful to the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation for supporting our platform every year. A warm welcome to Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer, former Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Mr. Iyer has created a huge legacy for water and sanitation space with the Swachh Bharat mission, with his dynamic and forthright leadership. And it was under his stewardship that the sanitation coverage under Swachh Bharat mission achieved 100%. It is also my pleasure to welcome Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair FICCI Water Mission and past President FICCI. In addition, she heads India Sanitation Coalition, where she has been spearheading much needed collaboration between the corporate India and non-governmental organizations on issues related to sanitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very interesting 2 days of deliberation on the challenges and opportunities across a wide spectrum of water-related areas, providing concrete recommendations as well as granular insights for further policy direction in water use efficiency and innovations in water. Moreover, the conclave has been a success in providing a platform for showcasing initiatives from the corporate sector, state governments, and municipalities. Ladies and gentlemen, the climate crisis and the water crisis are closely interlinked. As per the UNICEF data, around 74% of natural disasters between 2001 and 18 were water-related, including droughts and floods. The frequency and intensity of such events are only expected to increase with climate change. And it is evident from the latest report of the IIPC that human influence has warmed the climate at a rate that is unprecedented in at least the last 2000 years. The report has warned of multiple climate change induced disasters in the next 2 decades, even if no strong action is taken to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gas emissions. Hence, the need to call to action is critical. Climate change has a significant impact on water, direct and indirect, leading to serious social and economic issues in highly vulnerable countries such as India. Consequently, the impact of climate change reflects on food security as well. The UN Climate Conference, COP26 in Glasgow, was a big step forward in recognition of the role of nature and water for climate action. Water will be central to climate mitigation as well as adaptation strategies, and therefore it remains to be seen how water will be integrated at the top of the climate agenda. To address climate change effectively, we cannot focus exclusively on carbon emissions. We need to integrate water management into our actions too. Hence, water needs to be a central part of all climate mitigation strategies and implementation. Without protecting some of the latest carbon sinks such as wetlands, oceans, and forests, a net zero target will not be attained. Many of these landscapes and water bodies are facing degradation. And now is the time to protect, restore, and prevent further degradation of these ecosystems to ensure their maximum carbon storage and capture capacity. If we do not manage our water resources wisely, there may be dire consequences that can hinder the crucial shifts of our global energy and agricultural systems towards climate neutrality. The India Industry Water Conclave this year has thrown light on the key issues of water and its importance in the environmental, social, and governance agenda of the country and the industry for achieving sustainable growth. I once again thank everyone who has been part of this platform for making this an insightful and enlightening experience. I now have the privilege of inviting Mr. Parameswaran Iyer, former Secretary, Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India, for his keynote address. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to address this 7th India Industry Water Conclave about the critical topic of integrating water in the climate change agenda. My name is Param Iyer, and I am the CEO of the 2030 Water Resources Group, which is a public-private civil society partnership hosted by the World Bank that supports countries to ensure sustainable water resources. My main objective today is to frame the actions that you, the FICCI members, and other participants are taking on water within the global effort to mitigate the advance of climate change and adapt to its effects, with particular attention to India. I will start by reviewing the effects of climate change and then the agenda to address climate change globally, as well as in India. I'll then discuss how the World Bank and 2030 Water Resources Group are putting the ideas of the global climate change agenda into action through water investments. To start at the global scale, there is clear evidence that human activity, namely the emission of greenhouse gases, is increasing the global temperatures and changing the climate. And climate change manifests itself in many ways through water. That's because higher temperatures increase the amount of water vapor that the atmosphere can hold, leading to higher moisture and energy content, and thus more, stronger, and more variable precipitation. Water-related disasters will thus increase in severity and frequency. We expect more water when there is already too much, with flooding and sea level rise. We expect less water when it is already dry, with longer and more severe droughts. And higher temperatures also exacerbate water pollution by accelerating eutrophication, the excess of nutrients that causes oxygen depletion and dead zones in water bodies. Now, India is particularly prone to the effects of climate change on water. Temperatures across the country could rise significantly in the next 30 years. The climate will be hotter and, interestingly, have more rain, but in fewer total rainy days. And glaciers in the Himalayas are expected to retreat further. The changing climate comes on top of an already high water stress, which means the balance of water withdrawals are more than the available supply. Many areas of the country are approaching withdrawing more water than is available, especially in the northeast and the southeast. So to wrap up this first part of the presentation, I think there are two key takeaways. First, climate change in India represents an existential threat to the water resources for industrial growth and the economic development of the country. And the actions of FICCI members that you have discussed in this conclave are pivotal not only to your businesses, but the water security of the country. And that brings us to the global climate agenda. But what does this even mean for us? We could think of it as the scientific and political process by which governments, multilaterals, and other organizations seek to raise awareness of climate change, mitigate it, and then adapt to its effects. And it is older than you might think. Scientific awareness that the climate was changing dates back to the first Earth Summit, which the United Nations convened way back in 1972. But by 1987, world organizations began to mitigate some causes of climate change through the Montreal Protocol, which began to reverse damage to the atmosphere's ozone layer. And then, in the 1990s, the backbone of the current climate institutional system, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the annual Conference of the Parties, COP, was established, as were the first enforceable limits on greenhouse gases in the Kyoto Protocol. And this was also the time that the idea of adapting to climate change, not only trying to mitigate its causes, began to gain prominence in the global agenda. More recently, countries set binding limits to their greenhouse gas emissions in the Paris Agreement of 2015 to try and limit global warming to less than 2 degrees centigrade and hopefully even less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. And just last December, a few months ago, the Glasgow COP Climate Pact increased the focus on finance for climate change, including adaptation. It was only then, just 4 months ago actually, that the topic of water was prominently featured in a major event of global climate change agenda for the very first time. And how did water finally make it to the high levels at the most recent COP in Glasgow? It was the result of actually 30 organizations, including the World Bank, governments, and private sector companies, that collaborated to organize the Water Pavilion. The Water Pavilion was a multimedia area of the conference that aimed to deliver cutting-edge and science-based advice to climate decision makers. It was estimated, for example, that mitigation efforts in the water sector could actually eliminate 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And just last week, In fact, on February 27th, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released their most recent report that featured water prominently. The report overall paints a dire threat to climate and water. The window of time that the world has to enable climate resilient development is getting ever narrower. The report highlighted that risks to water availability and hazards are increasing in all regions, and it included a focus on transforming freshwater and water infrastructure systems to mitigate and adapt to climate change. The report even noted that the Ganga could face severe water scarcity, with climate continuing to exacerbate water stress. Now, India has low per capita greenhouse gas emission, but of course, a large aggregate effect due to the population size and a growing economy. But we have kept all our climate commitments. Climate change is also on the top of the mind for many people in India. Recent surveying found that 70% of respondents said that they are experiencing a great deal or some effects of climate change. And of course, water, energy, climate, and water and food production are interlinked. A recent study sponsored by the International Water Management Institute and the Tata Water Policy Program found that up to 11% of total carbon emissions in the country are attributable to groundwater. This example illustrates how taking action on water connects with climate and other sectors like agriculture. Against this backdrop, the government participated very prominently in the recent climate change conference in Glasgow, the 20th conference of the party's COP. And the pledges that the Honorable Prime Minister announced were by 2030 to increase non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts, attain 50% renewable energy, reduce carbon emissions by 1 billion tons, reduce the carbon intensity of the economy by more than 45%, and by 2070 achieve net zero carbon, which was the first net zero target the country has ever set. But I think very interestingly and importantly, the Honorable Prime Minister also stated that it's about lifestyle for the environment and how consumer behavior has to change to actually sustain all the gains of climate change, which will be made through policy changes and scientific advances. And the Prime Minister spoke about LIFE, or lifestyle for the environment, a movement which needs to be taken up by the global community. The World Bank has a climate change action plan that aims to provide major increases to climate finance, including committing 35% of all World Bank financing to climate-related activities, of which 50% will be for adaptation. And the Climate Action Plan prioritizes investments in water and 4 other sectors that together account for 90% of greenhouse gas emissions. The World Bank is the largest multilateral provider of climate finance for low and middle income countries, with $27 billion invested last year alone. At the bank, the Water Global Practice, where the 2030 Water Resource Group is hosted, is responsible for water-related investments. Its mission is to work with partners to achieve a water-secure world for all by sustaining water resources, delivering services, and building resilience. This is where we operationalize the high-level concepts of water and climate change through investments and knowledge. And as I mentioned, I am the CEO of a special part of the World Bank's Water Global Practice called the 2030 Water Resources Group. We are a public-private civil society partnership hosted by the bank that supports countries to ensure sustainable water resources and economic growth. And our mission is to help countries close the gap between water demand and supply by the year 2030. And how do we work? Our approach is to convene multi-stakeholder platforms, MSPs, to implement innovative policies, institutions, and processes that address typically one of 3 areas: agricultural water efficiency, industrial water reduction and reuse, and municipal water loss reduction. By reducing water and energy use, our actions also aim to mitigate and adapt to climate change and the increasing water stress in the 11 countries where we work. So if the water and climate change situation scares you, for your industries, customers, and the world as a whole, it should. As this week's IPCC report plainly demonstrated, the window is closing on having a livable planet in even the near future. That is why the work that FICCI members and all of us are doing on water and climate is so important. Thank you for holding this important conclave, and I invite you to contact the 2030 Water Resources Group to collaborate with us. Thank you all, and I wish you a very happy conclusion to the conference.
Thank you for your address, Mr. Iyer. And indeed, the 2030 Water Resources Group has been a very important partner of FICCI Water Mission in the past, and we have collaborated in the space of urban wastewater management and will continue to engage with the 2030 WRG going forward. With that, I have now the honor of inviting Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chairman of the FICCI Water Mission and past President FICCI, someone who has been instrumental in setting up the FICCI Water Mission and taking it through this journey of the last decade. Over to you, Ms. Kidwai.
Thank you, Rita. I'm delighted to be here for this very important session, and indeed to have heard such wonderful deliberations over the last couple of days, which are all ever so heartening, hearing such great examples of collaboration, of engagement by the private sector, of partnerships with government, all of which take the water agenda for our country forward in a very significant way. And again, so good to hear from our old friend and mentor, Param Iyer, now in his new role of CEO of the Water Resources Group 2030. And indeed, to know that he continues his engagement with all that we are doing here, because it didn't even take a second for him to agree to be with us today. So thank you for that, Param. Water is often overlooked in the climate change debate. And in fact, it does surprise me that it took as long as this recent COP in Glasgow to give it the significance and importance it deserves in the discussions on climate change. Because when we look at the interrelationship of climate and water, whether it's water and weather, and the delicate balance between evaporation and precipitation, the primary cycle through which climate change is felt is clearly through water. And it is, whether it is water adaptation in terms of climate adaptation, or water and the mitigants therein through floods and disasters therein, as we see that climate change brings droughts, floods, melting glaciers, sea level rising, storms intensifying, basically altering and often bringing severe consequences, that this interrelationship between water and climate change is now fully recognized. Now, we see climate change impact having direct consequences for water security. The climate change aspects affect availability, the quality and quantity of water that we need for basic human needs. And this undermines basically how we enjoy the basic right of safe drinking water and indeed sanitation for billions of people. So as per the Water and Climate Coalition, currently 3.6 billion people globally face inadequate access to water at least 1 month per year. And the number is expected to surpass 5 billion by 2050. So the problem is only getting worse, and hence the need to do something about it. And the impact in our country, in India, is as, if not more, significant. Now, the World Economic Forum, in fact, in 2015, ranked water crisis, and they do a poll across all the CEOs to ask them to rank what they see as the biggest global risks. And water was the #1 risk identified by these global CEOs in this poll in the 2015 assessment. And why? Because it had the potential to cause damaging economic and social impacts across entire countries and sectors. And living with climate change would mean coping with the impacts on water, whether too much or little, and taking whether it's of communities or companies, and therefore the impact on the economy as well. Now, in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, which many companies have now adopted as part of their ESG agendas, and clearly countries have adopted these, climate change adaptation has to build climate resilience. And climate resilience is strengthened through healthy ecosystem services that rely on well-functioning river basins. Seeing this focus in India now in terms of the way we look at our rivers and manage our rivers. The United Nations Climate Change COP26 actually highlighted the urgent need to integrate climate change and water security. And hence the two and the interconnection is now finally there. And I believe it helps us in our water discussion because it's not just seen as a discussion on water, but the wider impact it has across the climate agenda, which many countries are embracing as part of their policies as well. Now, what the speakers have already said, and to integrate and to ensure sufficient water supply in the face of rising global population, environmental degradation, and in fact, we've seen through the degradation of our own biodiversity, the role that mangroves play, the role that wetlands play, and how we build on our riverbanks or how we shouldn't build on our riverbanks. All of this is of significant impact in the discussions as we go forward. So instead of thinking water as a sector, we need to think of water as a connector and work towards it. And indeed, water underpins every one of these. So it's more like a horizontal that cuts across these verticals rather than a vertical in itself. We had a very interesting day yesterday and a very interesting day today, starting with the award ceremony yesterday. From the 9th edition of the FICCI Water Awards, 13 organizations were awarded across 5 different categories. We also released the compendium, which I hope all of you will get to read, recognizing excellence in water management. And it's an important compilation because it compiles the award-winning case studies of organizations of sustainable water management. And we put this effort in every year to pull this together because we want such great examples to be replicated, to be recognized, to be celebrated, but also to be replicated. Now, the underlying themes across many of the discussions today have been the need for collaboration, for the way the corporates work with government, with communities, and indeed the importance of communities. So we were honored with the presence of our Minister Jal Shakti, Shekhawatji, who focused on Jal Shakti and how we need the Jal Andolan. And this Andolan, he mentions, is possible only where every scheme and mission is engaged through community awareness and participation. And the government has and will continue to extensively work towards this. He emphasized the importance of recycle and reuse of wastewater and grey water to be used for agriculture, horticulture, groundwater recharge, or other non-potable water uses. And indeed, at FICCI, we have focused on this, including looking at how industry can substitute its water uses by using treated wastewater rather than fresh water. The minister also focused on multi-stakeholder approaches to water management, which again, through the collaborations of government, corporates, and community, play an important role. And he highlighted that everyone should take on their responsibilities at an individual level, at an organization level, to make our country water secure. We also had addresses from the Secretary, Jal Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, and Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, who mentioned the use of treated water in irrigation and industrial application is important for the effective use of available water resources. So creating this market for treated water is a very significant direction that is being set by our government now. He mentioned the draft national framework for use of treated water, which has been prepared by the NMCG and circulated to the state governments, and industry and other stakeholders have in fact been asked to provide our comments on this. There were great case studies presented by corporates who are taking leadership in the way they are reducing, reusing, and recycling water, and on the road to achieve net positive water impact. Interesting, innovative indigenous technologies were shared, as well as those from Germany and Norway, which were showcased. We've had 2 excellent and very full days of deliberations through the conclave, giving us recommendations and indeed very granular insights of what the corporate sector is doing and how policy can help to scale up these initiatives. So a big thank you to all of you who participated, whether as an audience or as panelists. A big thank you to the Ministry of Jal Shakti for supporting us yet again in the 7th India Industry Water Conclave. And thank you, sponsors, Diageo India and Vatek Wabag, both of whom have yet again come forward to ensure that this agenda remains central to how industry looks at water. So with that, thank you again for being with us over these last 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we end today. Thank you very much.